Check 1 2, mic check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, baby. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Oh, we have a lot to go over today, and not enough time fucking day to do it. Still have weakness in the dicks, too. What about JPY? What the fuck is going on over there? JPY. Futures on JPY futures. What is Japanese yen futures. Good morning out there. How are you? Good morning. We're going to switch right over. We have a lot to go over this morning. As I woke up this morning, I was starting to go down the rabbit hole. And I'm like, oh, hold on a second here. You guys have volume on. Turn that on. See if so you can hear that. Just switch right over to it really quick. No, we're not going to do the market brief. We are going to do the market brief, just not at the moment. Hang tight here. I don't know if you have primaries in your state. Let's start with something that's not market related. I went to vote this morning, and I live in a fairly populous state. It's not a small state in terms of population. I was shocked this morning that mail-in voting for the primary, I think we had 3,000 people. I used to do mail-in, but I like showing up in my ward because I get to see all the little old women and shit and talk to my extended neighbors in my ward. But I was a little shocked that only 3,000 people, well, I was initially shocked that only 3,000 people did mail-in ballots. But then I recalled the last midterm here, and we had the same turnout. And the last time I expected more in-person turnout, we didn't get it. And for the population of eligible voters in my state, it's not just Detroit. It's like the whole state. It's very low. And I calculated the last midterm how much my vote counts towards people that live in Detroit or Wayne County or Detroit. It's shocking. It's shocking how many people, my eligible voters. We have a lot of eligible voters here. We have provisional ballots with, you don't even need your state ID. You just, I don't know how you attest that you are that person. Give your address and all that kind of stuff. I think I think you could also show like mail or something. Like I have a, I don't know, utility bill. And but the point being, and then we also have forgiveness here for if you commit crimes within the state, I believe. I don't know if it's the city or the state, but if you commit a crime here, they have a forgiveness program. If you serve your time, I don't know, pay your fines off or something like that, I would assume you'd become, or I think you are re-eligible to vote. But point being, if you're not a fucking felon at minimum, let's say you're poor or can't get your ID or something, you can still vote here. So the path to voting in Michigan, specifically Detroit, is fairly open. What always amazes me is, regardless of your political affiliation. Oh yeah, there it is. Oof. Regardless of political affiliation, I'm always shocked at the emotions that arise on social media specifically. You guys fight with each other. You want to like fucking do things bad to each other. Not foster friendships with each other. You name it. It's like runs the gamut. But then in real life, none of you vote. And this isn't just Michigan or Detroit. This is around the country. It's shocking how many people that are eligible to vote do not vote, and even more specifically in swing elections. And it's fascinating, too. I'm a Democrat, so the primary doesn't really matter to me. It does. I can vote for whoever I want in the primary, of course. I can write in whomever I want. But what does matter is there's usually issues on these primaries. Depending upon where you live, you may have, like a bill to spend money on, I don't know, pothole repair or whatever. And we had issues to vote on this morning. But I'm just fascinated by the derision, yet not voting. I vote. If I vote, right, I vote for thousands of people in my state, like literally thousands. I represent thousands, invariably thousands of people. And just as a note, there were 3,000 mail-in ballots, I believe, for Detroit or Michigan, one or the other. Could have been just Detroit. It doesn't matter. Let me explain to you the disparity here. Detroit's population was on the decline, and they think that it's on the incline right now. But it had gone down into like the 680s or 680,000 people or something like that. So when I tell you like my vote counts for thousands of people, I'm not joking. We get a few thousand voters, and then I want to bet that today we might get another 3,000 voters, possibly. Maybe it's more, but I can't wait to see what the numbers are this midterm. The last midterm, it was obscene how much my vote counts here, and the fact that people don't, or they hate each other in real life, and then they don't in social media they talk big game, about what's right and what's wrong, and then they don't fucking vote. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, you're out of your fucking skull. I really am. I'm like, you're out of your fucking skull. I'm like, why do I even want to listen to you? And then it made me think this morning. This morning I was having some breakfast. I was up pretty early, and my wife chased me around the house this morning. Woo! And that was kind of cool. And so I did the vote, and then I'm like chasing around, just chasing me. It's kind of cool, but well, it's really fast. And I got two more things to talk about this really quick. What's really fascinating to me is that like social media scores, nobody wants it, but there's like some things you should do to find out if somebody's real or a bot or not. You want to know who you're talking to in social media. I hate the idea of a social media credit score, but I don't want to walk into a discussion about Iron Man and find out that it's 3,000 16-year-olds discussing Iron Man and go in there and like shit all over him. I don't even want to do that. Like, I don't want to be like, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. And I don't want to get into certain discussions with people from other countries unless I know they're from another country. So at least I understand their perspective, maybe their culture, their background, whatever it is. Not that I don't want to talk to people from other countries. I just want to know that I'm speaking to somebody from another country or a peer or, whatever that is. I would really like to know that. But with voting, this morning I was like, man, we should do something where you get like a breather. Like if let's say you turn 18, you get like a I don't know, like a probationary period where you can talk about politics. But after one election season, if you hadn't voted, and they can track that, which of course you don't want that, but you're not allowed to talk about politics if you don't vote. If you're eligible, I would love. We can't do that in this country, but I would love for them to fucking just mute your ass, so I don't have to listen to you talk about it. I don't care if you're, I don't know, spaghetti monster person, atheist. I don't care if you're a Satanist or, I don't know, you believe that the Jesus Christ has already been born or the devil's already been reincarnated. I don't give a fuck. But it's just amazing because the number of people that don't actually vote is huge. There's such a high probability that who you're fighting with out there, or you're like, fuck that guy, doesn't even fucking vote. He doesn't count. He doesn't matter.
Spot 1.5%. Nasdaq is down.
He's not even like
6%, and Russell 2000.
He means nothing.
5%. This does
and you get fired up about it. I get fired up about it sometimes. I have to like turn off stuff, and then I hear people like espousing shit, and I'm like, does this motherfucker even vote? I don't even know. It could be somebody from my own party. Probably not. It's probably some old fuck out there voting. Old women and old men out there voting all day long.
Also, treasuries are selling off as the dollar index.
Now, of course, you can't do that, right? You can't track that because
dollar yen does climb to 140.
that would be anti-American, of course.
Session highs.
But it would be great if we fucking did.
Modestly after the RBA maintained.
Because it would shut down a lot of the bullshit out there.
And lastly, the pound is the clear laggard.
And on that same topic,
next up, the crude complex is a touch lower as woes over an Iran retaliation attack do loom. This does come ahead of the private inventory report after the close. Meanwhile, gold does fall below the 2,400 level.
Yeah, none of this matters. We're gonna talk about this shit all later, anyways. I'm gonna turn this fucker off. No offense to you, Financial Juice, but we're gonna talk about this later.
Optimism, which is expected.
So, what's really fascinating about this is that, my wife and I were talking the last 2 or 3 days as we rolled into the primary, and I have a wife and 2 daughters, and you may not. I do, and that's my lot in life. And as politics get wild and hazy, they really are hazy. They're so hazy right now. Like the thing with the boxer and the Algerian boxer. I didn't want to bring that up anywhere, and I shouldn't be bringing it up in the stream, and I don't want to. And we're not going to discuss it. Please don't discuss it in the Discord. But I did some deeper digging, and I find out that like she lost a boxing match in an event where Gazprom was the sole backer of the event, and a Russian lost to her. And of course, they were banned from the U.S. Olympics this year, and the Olympics are highly political this year. And as I'm digging through all of it, it's just like, I don't care what you think about her or him, or if she's intersex or whatever, they call it SDS or whatever. I don't really care. I don't care what the politics of it. But it just shows the haziness of every fucking topic, everything in the United States that is like, here, you have to fight about this and you have to fight about that. There's just haze behind it all. And the last 2 days, I'm talking to my wife and daughters about all this stuff. Like, what do you think? Like, I don't know. I'm not a fucking woman. Like, what do you think about this topic or that topic or all this other stuff? Trying to get some insight from people that I can't trust too many people anymore. Can't trust what I read in the news. Can't trust what I read on social media. And I really have to go to like, for specific topics that relate to women, like go to women and say, okay, I really need to hear it from your voice because I don't trust anything that I fucking read anymore. And it's just bizarre. And it was bizarre this morning knowing that I'm voting and so many people that are eligible to vote are not. And that's probably the most glaring part of it, regardless of your party. If I was a Republican and voting Republican today, like the fact that you would allow me as a fellow Republican to vote for 3,000 of you, 5,000 of you, is fucking pure insanity. It's pure insanity. I don't know. Just one more topic of the bizarro fucking world we're living in today. Please do not discuss politics where you're fighting with each other. There's no point. It's built right now. This whole thing is built for us to fight with each other, and we're not here for that. We're here for the stock market. Now, there was some other news with Harris this morning picking her VIP. That is relevant to our discussion. And we did price in Trump them now. We priced in Biden, then we priced in Trump, and I don't know if they're going to price or they started to reprice Harris, and I don't know what's going to happen with her new VP pick and how they price that, but we will monitor it closely, of course. I have posted for you in the past in the Discord how you price in both parties in the election and what to look for, which sectors will be impacted by whomever they think. Where are my fucking calls? Hold on a second here. Nice, I'm green again. Yay! Yeah, dude. Yesterday, I was up 100% on a call trade into the bell yesterday. 100 fucking percent, and then it kept climbing. Like within 5 or 10 minutes, it was so fast. Some traders in the Discord closed for some pretty significant gains. I didn't close mine; I left them on, and I still have them on right now. There are people complaining about the price of options being high because of volatility. I normally buy 30 Delta calls. If I can't get them cheaper, then I go way out of the money, and that works just fine. I've been getting huge prints. Yesterday I had a 0.06 Delta call on, and it printed like 120 or 30% at the peak. It's up right now. It's up right now 50%, roughly right in there. So if you're struggling with, I would never buy an overpriced option. I don't give a fuck if it's for volatility. I don't give a fuck if it's because premium kick. I don't care. I've seen calls at 30 Delta or 10 Delta that are still overpriced, $2, $3 with no volatility. And I already know how this happens, so I don't give a fuck if it's a sign of volatility, not volatility. I've seen it all, and I don't really care. If I got a price in mind, and if I have to go literally 0.06 Delta yesterday to get them, I will. I'm not paying $5 for a call. Not on SPY. I'll pay that on SPX complex stuff like that, but no fucking way am I paying for that in SPOOs. Okay, so that's on that topic for zero dates. I'm still holding them right now. I don't know if you are or not. I know you guys like updates on if I've bought or sold. It's not an inducement for you to buy or sell. I got to harp on this as well with you that you should not be taking my trades. You don't take all my trades. You don't take my investments. I already know that. So your timing, your entry and exit management of those things, your account is different. Whether you're hedging at nighttime or not, I don't know. I don't know if you own the market or don't. So there's no enticement for you to follow those trades or to pick and choose like it's a fucking buffet, and you didn't happen to like the shrimp, but you know, whatever. So just a heads up to you out there. I am still long. What else? Okay, so we're done with that stuff, right? Politics out of the way. Be aware, or not wary, just understand that there is a trade for the presidency, and they've been back and forth pricing that stuff in, depending on who they think is going to win. The last thing I would say to you on that is there's two good ways for you to price, not just price that stuff in, but if you're wondering about the Harris or Trump trade, there's two things you can look for. Always trust the money over anything out there. In the U.S., you always trust the money. And you can trust when they price in each president. And they will shift back and forth depending on who Wall Street thinks is going to win. And the second way to check on that would be with gambling sites. Stay away from all of the polling sites, every single last one of them. Stay away from them. Look at offshore gambling sites. Sometimes they don't update that quickly, but that's the way to check. And also how they're pricing in each one of those trades. If you see like an impact in the market, you can actually physically see what the really smart motherfuckers with a lot of money on the line. These guys have quant degrees from the best institutions in the world that work for big banks, hedge funds. They get paid big fucking dollars. And no, they're not going to tell you for free. They're not going to come on CNN and tell you who's actually winning. It's not how this goes. It's all about fucking money. It's what it's always been about. Money and power, right? We know that. Money, power. And you can glean insight into those shifts and who they think is going to win. And they're usually spot on. They very rarely get it wrong. It's a way for you to like not read Twitter, not read Reddit, or whatever the fuck else you want to read out there. Because you want the real answer, right? You all want to real, especially when it comes to the market. Anyways, so that's it with the politics. I have to do some stuff today. I'll be in the office, but I have to take a time segment today and meet up with Joe Harper, with Joe Donut, and a few other people. I got some business stuff I have to do. So the last 2 weeks has been so fucking chaotic in the market. I mean, literally so chaotic that I haven't had any time to deal with anything in my private life. I've had like stuff with BC last week I had to take care of on Friday. And I was hungover Friday and I had to go down to fucking BC. It sucked. And then I worked on Saturday on that work from BC. But then I've got business stuff for what we do here to keep everything functioning that needs to be attended to. And I have to get an hour or two today during today's stream to meet with these people and make some decisions. I've talked to some attorneys and stuff and just some business stuff, pay bills, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, you don't need to know about that stuff. And with saying all of that, we have a lot to talk about. We have to discuss a bunch of crap. We have to talk about, maybe briefly, are we going to enter a bubble or not? What are the signs of entering a bubble? Now, if you get the briefs from me and you read them religiously every night, whether they are right or wrong, you are very aware, and you've been aware for about 3 weeks, maybe 4. I'm not going to bring them up on the stream for you. You should have already read them. But we discussed a volatility event for multiple days that it's imminent. Scott, a volatility whiz, he discussed it. McGilligot, he discussed it. We discussed it. Matter of fact, I was discussing it back in December, in October of 2023, that this bull run would likely result in some kind of a Volmageddon type event at some point. And over the months and months and months in this entire fucking trade, I've harped on it. We even had Volatility Wiz on the show to discuss Volmageddon 2.0. And we have traded half of that trade at this point. Has been traded over the past week. And it was fascinating. This morning I went through my entire history on Twitter and spelt it 3 different ways to find out how often we've discussed it. We've even dedicated actual full shows to it. And then last night, it kept bugging me all day long yesterday. Because yesterday we looked at the VIX 9-day together, and I showed you, not the VIX 9-day, but the VIX says the same shit, right? We had a volatility event. And on Friday we hit the 2022 volatility peak, and we also yesterday at the open we hit the COVID crash volatility peak, and it's concerning. It's concerning, but it could be bullish and it could be bearish. But it's insightful too. It lends some insight, and it marks a lot of what I've said and what Vol Wiz has said and what McGilligot has said, and some very important people out there that I trust, very intelligent people that I trust, said would not happen this year. And it looks like we're at least halfway through one. Now, that doesn't mean it trades exactly like 2018 or that we repeat the entire trade exactly, but sure than shit, it freaked me out. And fascinatingly enough, even today, we are trading right now up to I want to show you this. We are trading up to right now with this. Even the price action at this moment is basically exactly trading the Volmageddon 1.0. Now, there's some arguments I'm reading this morning. Some people came out this morning after making that brief last night to you. Some people came out, some professionals came out, not publicly, in private notes came out this morning saying that the market is not structured the same as it was in Volmageddon 1. And Volatility Wiz made that same insight when we did the show here. If you recall, when he was here, he said, well, we can have something like that, but our market is not structurally the same as it was in 2018. And McGilligot, his point was, we might have another event like this, but it'll be more like like whipsawing like in 1995. And he seemed, in my view at that time, seemed kind of positive that it was implying that it would resolve to an upside bubble. And you guys already know that Tom Lee has said this too, right? That not just Tom Lee, even David Hunter. I know you guys make fun of him, but some of these guys have said, you've even heard me say, 6,000's on board, and I would not be shocked if we go into 9, 10, 11, 12,000. I shouldn't say that, but it's there. It's there. And if we're not in Volmageddon 2.0, and McGilligot, I mean, I trust that motherfucker. He can be wrong, but he's a badass. Like him or dislike him, he's a bad motherfucker. People respect him out there. Now, he came out with a more negative note yesterday, I believe. I posted in the Discord yesterday afternoon or morning, the note from McGilligot. I reposted it today on Twitter, but I don't know if it's a tonal change from him. I don't know if it's let's capture more money to the downside from him, or maybe he's covering his ass, because we do get another leg down if we follow Volmageddon 2.0. And we're going to take a look at it right now. If you want, we can do a side-by. I'll show you a side-by-side real quick. Give me just a moment. I'm going to show you a side-by-side out there and show you what I'm talking about here. And I'm watching. We're going to talk about we're going to talk about a few things here because there's an interplay going on. Before I even show you this, I want to talk to you about something. So you get the Volmageddon 2.0, right? We're at the resistance of the PE ratio for the S&P 500 to enter a bubble. We had crazy data last week. We've got a Fed decision last week, right? We've got ER season. We've got some negative data coming in, right? But not quite negative. And we're going to discuss that more in depth this morning. ISM services was not negative. Services look great. Matter of fact, this morning I was looking at some of the indexes related to services in the U.S., and they were all down, murdered, and they shouldn't be. If manufacturing is down, that's bad. But services is cranking. GDP is doing good. The carry trade in the chat yesterday, you guys are asking about the carry trade too. Maybe you're like, it's not Volmageddon 2.0, Cap, it's rate cuts. Or, hey, Cap, it's the carry trade unwinding. You've got Gunlock out there screaming, we need rate cuts. Everybody's screaming we need rate cuts. I would posit that 70% of you don't realize that if Jerome doesn't cut rates, that the carry trade is not dead. Even if there's panic that the carry trade is dead, it probably still isn't dead. And there's a discount now to re-enter the carry trade once again. And you haven't seen Jerome come out to cut rates. There is some data underlying in this market that says we don't need to cut rates. And now the unemployment rate, I gave you a link to a video in the Discord last week. There's a lot of moving parts there. In the Discord last week, I gave you Nick Timrose giving a video about how the unemployment rate is unreliable these days. There is some data that agrees with that. There's some ISM services data, some jobs data. And Jerome hasn't cut an emergency cut. Now, we have history of emergency cuts. I think over 30 years, we have 9 emergency cuts. So it's not like it's unprecedented for him to come out and do that. But some of the fucking data disagrees with it. And if he doesn't do an emergency cut, and if you don't get a fucking cut this year, they are going to re-enter that motherfucking, sorry, that motherfucking, well, I'll say it anyways, a motherfucking carry trade. They will re-enter. Sorry there. I'm getting, I got some shit at my feet blowing around on my feet down there. It's making me feel weird. So we can discuss the carry. Well, or we'll talk about the carry trade as well involved in all of this. And there's the other question of do we get the cut? Is it priced in? Is it not priced in? You got to remember, there's a fuck ton of people on Twitter and FinTwit everywhere that said it was priced in, and that a rate cut isn't negative for the market. We know right now that it is, right? The carry trade says that, right? You know that if the carry trade ends due to rate increases in Japan and rate cuts in the U.S., U.S. investors in the U.S. have to sell those investments to pay back the loan, the loan of the yen, to buy U.S. dollars to invest in U.S. stocks and bonds. Did I say that right? Such a fucking convoluted trade. Not convoluted. It's too complicated to chat about. Maybe it isn't, but so there's like all these machining parts going on right now. There's always moving parts going on right now in the background, and it leaves us cloudy. It leaves me cloudy. I bet if I wrote, maybe I'll try to write it down and put it in a brief tonight. I'm going to try to explain some of it right now to you, but it's difficult to write it all out, like every little aspect and machination of how the interplay of all of this stuff. I'm fascinated that people are calling for emergency cuts, because that's worse. It's literally worse in some respects. Unless you think the unwind is done. And if you think the unwind is done, this is the most fascinating part. If you think the unwind is done of the carry trade and you don't get a cut, they will reinstitute the carry trade to some extent. So anyways, that's a lot to talk about. So maybe if we get some time this morning, we'll discuss jobs, employment, ISM services, maybe the carry trade in a little bit more depth. Or maybe if I don't have the time, maybe I'll just put it in a brief if I can get the time to write about it all. Some of you might not even fucking care. Some of you don't even know what I'm talking about, which is fine too. I don't even know how to simplify some of this shit. If we're going to simplify it, though, let's simplify it. And I think I can simplify it for you. I think I can. And that means more than explaining it to you where you don't understand all of this shit and how it all interplays. There may be a way to explain it simply. So let's try to do that first, if we can. What we're gonna do right now is I'm gonna do a split screen, and then we're gonna go to that full screen, and I'm gonna make it simple for you. It's very easy. And let me let me close that up for you right now, because I hate complicated shit. I really do. I hate it because I'm gonna tell you why I hate it the most. Because people understand it, they become bound to it, and then when the trade doesn't materialize in the back end of of all the math put together, the trade goes the other way. They go, "Oh, well, something else happened," and you're like, "Wait a minute, man! I was drinking your entire Kool-Aid, bro. I read the books, I went down the rabbit holes, I wrote it all out. I plus 1 plus 2, 2 minus 7, times 3.14, and then I don't know, a fucking vinculum with a fucking a half Kubarati taco, and like some kind of fucked up shit. And sure enough, it didn't happen, bro. So you need to simplify this stuff for you to make an informed market decision that assumes a little bit of risk, but you're not going to get fucked over if it goes the wrong way against you. I don't know if that even works. Just, how do we trade this? Simply. So let's see if we can look at that really quick. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do a split screen. Can I do like different? Yeah, I can do different time frames. So let's go down to the bottom right-hand side of the screen here. What does all that mean? It doesn't mean shit. I'll tell you right now. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing. It really doesn't. Everything I just said doesn't mean a goddamn thing. I mean, it does. But there's so many wheels turning that, what does it mean to you? Something goes the wrong way, something else happens, some report comes out or whatever. What if the market just goes a different direction and something you missed? It's like a moot point, isn't it? And whenever I hear people talk about this stuff publicly, I used to get on the rabbit hole with it. I used to drink the Kool-Aid with it. I used to be like, oh, no, that guy over there is the smartest motherfucker out there. He knows exactly what's going to happen. And then the market does not do what that motherfucker said it was going to do. So, let's see if we can do it like this here. Let's, okay, this is the SPI. This is SPY. Okay. We're going to change the time interval down here to 1 day, I believe. Hopefully we can do, no, we'll do 4 hours. 4 HR. Okay, 4? No. 4 hours. What's really cool about this, too, is that the bar count that I have for SPY, I believe, goes back to right when we wanted to look. Oh, I'm going way too far back here. This is 2018 right here. Right here. That's 2019. Hold on. What am I looking at here? Am I in the right place here? What am I doing wrong here? That's not 19. I mean 18, excuse me. So I can get over here. February 2018, right here. And this is what I really want to show you here. I can get that over there. This looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? So watch this bottom chart down here. And this top chart right here, I'm going to show you SPY. Wait a minute. Hold on here. SPY today. We're going to change that to candles. And we're going to mute this right here. Does that look familiar to you? Let me ask you that. Now, the market doesn't repeat. How the fuck does this look the same? Not the same. It looks the same, but like the candles. What are the fucking candles on this shit? Well, just candles. Close enough. Doesn't look too different, does it? Looks pretty fairly close, doesn't it? And we're going to show you something here in a minute, something else here in a minute. But you've got the initial decline here, right? You got the initial decline here, and then you get the blast down, right? Woof. And you get the initial blast down. Woof. Fascinatingly enough, I don't know if you can see this tick at home, but there's a tick down here. And we blasted down some more. It actually failed right here, and we had one more leg lower. And we have a little bit of recovery right now in the market, don't we? Almost like we could possibly fail one more time to the downside. Now, is that going to happen or not? I don't know. You don't know. There's nobody's got a real true crystal ball out there. I can tell you a few things. The hourly trigger is bullish. The daily trigger is not. The daily trigger not being bullish implies, and the weekly trigger is not bullish either, it implies that price will reject the daily trigger at least the first time we encounter it. So what I'm going to show you next is the triggers. And there's the triggers right there. This is current price. So I'm not necessarily bearish here right now. Why? If I show the triggers here in previous history, hey, look at that. Interesting, isn't it? So in prior history, we actually get above the hourly trigger, don't we? But we have a major reversal before we even get to the daily trigger. I'll show it to you. Right as we crest this original breach to the downside. And so if we look up here, you can see that drop, right? So there's 2 points of interest here. With current price where we are right now, this is current price on SPOOs. I would say to you, as we approach to close the gap on the upside, and as we approach the daily trigger, I would end my longs or be very, very aware that if we get a reversal to the downside, a major one, a big tweezer on a 1 or 4 hour basis, like a major rejection, and I would give you 2 points to check out. I would give you this first point up here. This is somewhere around 530. And then the second one, as we don't repeat normally history exactly, maybe we squeeze higher and you go, whew, Captain was wrong, right? We squeeze up here and all of a sudden, boom, comes your tweezer. And then it's on again to the downside. Whoa, baby. And we're blasting down here to the depths of hell again. And then you're getting news articles out there. You get like Bloomberg front page, Volmageddon 2.0, right? Now, there's no like, we have to do this again. And Volatility Wiz, whom I trust, says that this market is not structurally the same. Now, I will say something else about this Volmageddon 2.0, at least historically, which would kind of match with what McGilligot stated weeks ago. What is the end result? Even if we do get this, let's say we do that trade, we get a little bit of sideways action here, right? We go back and retest those lows again, 1, 2. And you get a pretty good trade up here, right? That's some money right there. That's big money, good money. But you go back down here, retest it here. But where does it resolve? Resolves to some kind of a blow off top up here, doesn't it? Big old pullback for spring, and then what? A monster run to the upside. So I can't tell you that we're going to follow exactly what happens here, and I can't really say to you that we're going to follow exactly what happens. The fuck is this thing again? I can't tell you that we're going to follow this exact trade down here for Volmageddon again, and you shouldn't take it from me that we are going to do that and be like, oh, Cap said we were going to do that, and we didn't, so fuck you, Cap. What I would say to you here, though, is as we trade higher here, an attempt to close, and this is where we should trade to. We should trade to at least right here, if not above, right? That's the expectation. But if you look a little bit lower, where the actual gap is, I would say to exude some caution at like 530. And I would also say to exude some caution wherever this daily trigger is, if we break above. So we get above it, I would exude some caution. And I would also tell you something else as we head higher here. I would also tell you something else very important as we head higher. Mark my fucking words. As we're buying the dip into the bell yesterday, you're going to hear every asshole out there wanting to get long right fucking there. And they're going to be bulled up. This is when you sell into them regardless of performance. You should be long from down here. You should be exiting as we head higher. These are the people that get trapped at the wrong time. Yesterday, David and I were discussing how we revisit the scene of the crime. But also, if they revisit the scene of the crime, it is not a top. It is the scene of the crime is typical, well, sometimes at the top, but oftentimes it is where a dip should have been bought, where the logic would have been to buy a dip. So do not listen to these people. I warn you as we head higher. These people will come out of the woodwork. They'll be on our fucking chat, and they will be fucking bulled up. Now, you might see bulled up people right now, but I mean, boom, in your face, bulled up. So just exude a little bit of caution if we head there again. And I might exude a little bit of caution slightly lower. Because you might be seeing price action, back testing, heading higher, and you're like, fuck yeah, man, I'm getting in right here. We can at least go to right here. That's where resistance is. And before you know it, the big old fucking red bar right here. Blam. Fuck you, downside. Oh, I didn't get out of my longs on NVDA cap. I didn't get a lot of my, I don't know, Avgo longs, whatever it is that you're long in. And then there was your opportunity to exit, and they really blood you. And then if we do late bull cycle shit, and they leave your shit stock behind, you are not only fucked twice, but you are washed out of the market. So, regardless of outcome, exude a little bit of caution up here, please. I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave you with that on this topic here. And everything I just briefly went over with you before we even got to these charts can be traded with this alone. This is all you need to know. You don't need to care if it's Volmageddon 2.0. You don't need to care if the fucking carry trade is over. You don't need to know if Jerome's going to do an emergency fucking rate cut. You don't need to know any of that shit. None of it. Doesn't fucking matter to you. You're a dumbass cash market investor and trader. Now let's say you're like, hey, Cap, I don't know. I missed the entire run from October. That's another thing that fascinates me. You shouldn't be hurt, by the way. Let's close it all out real quick. I didn't buy the dip in October, Cap. I'm in pain, Cap. I saw a Wall Street Bets meme that was like, honey, sell the house. The house is bankrupted. I'm like, how in the fuck could you be bankrupted? Where did you buy in here? Did you buy this? Or did you just buy that? That was it. Was that your first entry? We went straight the fuck up and you just bought the top? If it is the top. I mean, I get it's a meme and all, but I do. I get that it's a meme, but you shouldn't be in that much pain, even with the drop that we've had at this point. There's no rhyme or reason, none. Why you should be panicking or that much fear that you should have. Now let's say I'm positing, hey, you get the opportunity in here, right? Cap, I bought NVIDIA cap right here. Meanwhile, bag 7 is getting is in a major correction already, even though the S&P's holding up, right? And they blood you down to $100 over here, right? I bought your $100, by the way, didn't I? $103. But my point here would be, let's say, I don't know, you're upside down from over here. When we come back up here, you still exit. They're giving you the fucking chance to get out. An orderly exit to the market. Now, let's say I'm wrong. Captain, you ended up being wrong. You suck. So let's say we blast up here, right? And we don't reject. We go higher. Bam, bam. Yahoo, we're kicking ass. Woo, always come back. There's no such thing as a straight up or down trade. You can then, with confidence, put risk on again. Situation normal. Party time once again. You only buying the fucking top over here for the first time. You can jump right back in again and woohoo, titties and cocaine. But right in here, you're being given the opportunity to be responsible, to be emotionally an adult. Even though we fuck around here, we swear, curse, we drink. We look like we're goddamn children. For regards and stuff. But in reality, outside of the gallows humor, you don't panic. You don't sell at the wrong time. And you can see you have at least been warned. VIX has warned you. It warned you on Friday. It warned you on Monday. It's literally screaming at you to use caution. And what do you care being out for fucking 5 minutes in there? You shouldn't. You did the right thing by not panic selling. Do the right thing exiting on your chance to exit. Re-enter when conditions improve. Make sense? Fairly easy. If conditions worsen and you did the right thing, didn't panic sell, came back down, caught the bounce, exited properly, and we roll to the downside in a big way, you will come back and thank me. I know this because I knew people that got caught in the 2022 crash. And they came to me and said, I fucking panic sold. I didn't exit when I should. Or I just held and thought it was going to recover rather than wait for conditions to improve. If you can do this stuff on any time frame, any, weekly, daily, hourly, 4 hour, 5 minute, 1 minute, you will have these basic tools again that will extend your career in the stock market. 1,000%. You might lose one. You might have one instance where we didn't go up here for you to exit like you wanted to. They roll you down here. But it's rare. It's like 78% of the time it goes back to the scene of the crime-ish in a place that you can exit with minimal damage. And it allows you to live another day for the other 5 or 6 fucking pullbacks or corrections in a bull run where the bears were wrong. Where you should have bought the dip. Where you burr, yeah, baby. You bought the dip down here, right? Burr, yeah, it's 2. Burr, yeah, that's 3. Burr, yeah, baby. That's 4. I was right 4 times. Burr, yeah, I was right 5 times. Oh, they rolled me down. So if you trade like this consistently over the years, you will, even if you are wrong in the very small percentage of time that you're wrong, you will still wind up ahead of all of them. And you don't have to fucking care about what anybody out there is telling you. You don't have to care about the news. You don't have to care about what the carry trade is, or did they price in a fucking rate cut, Volmageddon 2.0, you name it. The date is bad. I don't know. You come up with it. Gamma's all fucked up. Convexity. You name it. You can fucking bring up what the fuck you want. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And this is the give me the pill cap. I'll chew on it, and it's simple. I don't have to care about any of that other shit out there. None of it. It doesn't fucking matter. What up, BlueCon? Good to see you, brother. But anyways, I'm hoping that you guys understand these concepts. You know, you might have somebody out there on public that tells you stuff like, well, it's simple, or it's too simple, or you can learn more depth. You're a fucking retailer. You don't have to learn shit. Why would you want to waste your fucking daytime and your nighttime getting so complicated or complicating your life rather than trading simply, efficiently, effectively, and go out and get laid or do cocaine or ride a bike or go skiing or sleep at nighttime? It's simple. All right, that was the rant for the day. Fairly simple, right? And when you see those people out there talking about that shit, what do you say? Somebody pass me a joint. I'm gonna listen to this guy over here telling me why this is gonna happen. Not me. I mean the guy that's out there telling you like, well, the numbers are like 6.75432, and there's another point in there too. It's 22267. And then we got a negative integer over here on the left. You got a what? And then you got like 6 variables, and then there's a vinculum, and there's a, there's a reverse osmosis water filter. We got to get it all through there. And, oh, by the way, we didn't do fly ash, so my fucking pool is breaking down in Texas in my second home. And that's why the market's going to crash. You don't need to listen to all that shit. Doesn't matter to you. Doesn't matter to you. Successful backtest of the hourly trigger at this point. We get some targets to the upside, a couple places. We got a giant ass gap up here to fill. And we'll snap that little line up here right before we get to doom up here. Why don't we just snap it at 5:30 and make it nice and easy? Let the people that take shit risk get long up there. You should already be long. Right, Luke? What up, Dan Brislin? Good to see you, brother. They got Winky. I mean, I don't know how else to say this to you guys. Man, we're talking crayons here, right? I just showed you Volmageddon 1. I fucking literally have them side by side, and they look the same, don't they? And it ain't a duck, but it sure as shit looks like one, doesn't it? Sure as shit looks like one. All right. So we got that out of the way. Now, why am I talking to you earlier about whether they cut rates or not? PMI came out, right? And PMI manufacturing looked like shit. We know about the plus 50 thing. I've described that to you, right? Plus 50, 3 months, less than 50 over 3 months indicates a recession. We have not priced in a recession at this point. We've priced it. We went up 10 BPs to a 25 BP on the risk of recession. So not to 25, but not 100, not 75. Now that does trigger the SOM rule, doesn't it? I gave you that video that Nick Timrose made it, linked with this other YouTuber. And Nick Timrose went into depth as to why the SOM rule doesn't work anymore. SAM rule, SOM rule, whatever you want to call it. It's not relevant to today's economy, and especially not to the immigrants that are working in our system, right? They've expressed how that recessionary equation does not. It's like it's old. It needs updating. Basically, it needs updating. Now, our manufacturing looks like shit. It really does. And now we had some more bad numbers this morning. Not really terrible. Canada came in great, by the way. But our services look great right now. And our jobs are improving, but not as where we really need them. And that lends to the ideas, the idea that possibly, and GDP numbers have been pretty good. As a matter of fact, GDP was we had really high expectations in on Q4 of 23 for 2024. They toned them down, and we've been beating those GDP expectations, generally speaking, all year. So are we really bad off right now, or just kind of bad? Are they starting to over tighten right now? Possibly. I can't say they're not over tightening. The one thing that really fucks me up in my head is even though the unemployment numbers and the SOM rule is not really right, people will panic regardless if we get up to that 5.9%. It looks like we're going to hit it in August of next year, but that's not today, is it? We're in August of 23, right? Or 24, excuse me. That's a year away. One full year. Are they going to price that one full year in today? No. They're not. Do we still have the potential to go up and the Fed not to cut? Yes. Is there an argument made that we'll get an emergency cut? Yes. We have some history of that. Does he fold to that? I hope not. If he does fold to that, I would expect one more leg down to the monthly trigger. If we get Volmageddon 2.0, I think we trade 490. If we get an emergency rate cut along the way, I think we do trade the monthly trigger. Does that send us into a bear market? Probably not. For us to go to the bear market, I would like to see some worse GDP. I'd like to see some worse unemployment. And I think we get that shit. But I don't think it's today. I still think it's in mid to late 2025. Or at least that's what it shows. And I do think we do slam down an inflation in January. I believe it's January, March. We should hit 2%. And then we should skyrocket. If they do rate cut, fuck you, 2%, we're never going to see it. You're going to see inflation rage. It'll rage. And I'll see oil bouncing as well in the summertime next year. That could do a little bit of offsetting, extend the market. But we'll talk about oil at some point as well. Like a permanent bottom in oil. Without making inflation rage, excuse me. If we have inflation bouncing, or a rate, if we had a rate cut now, I guess that wouldn't really, the rate cut now really wouldn't be make inflation rage. But if we got a rate cut, and then if we have oil bounce in summertime, that would make inflation fucking rage like a motherfucker. You'd see a nice hard bounce, and then you'd see oil kick in by midsummer, and then woof. And then that would match up perfectly with unemployment by August. So mid-2025, we're on fire, in my view. Somewhere in there. And no matter what, I think we're on fire by August. The shit's going to be burning. Or the economy is going to be fucking burning. You thought fucking a $30 fucking McDonald's meal was a lot. You wait until you see next year. It's going to be fucking party time. Do you guys think that Jerome knows this? Anyways, let's make some money today. Let's get some. Let's make some money as we head higher here. 42 cents right now. Woo! Almost 100% trade. A couple more pennies. If you took that trade with me yesterday, at no point should you be a loser at this point. You were a winner after the bell yesterday, and right at this moment, you are a winner. Congratulations. And I do want to talk to you about something here. The U.S. service sector activity driven by new orders. This is from Wolf Richter, my boy Wolf. I love this guy. He's fucking very smart. Actually, I don't even have to do. You know what? I'm going to give you guys a couple links here. Some stuff for you to read. This is actually from the S&P 500, S&P Global, I should say. I'm going to give you two links here to two articles that mirror what Richter says. I'm assuming that this is where he got his data and his information. But here's links to two. Here's links to two articles from S&P Global. I'm assuming that Wolf Richter wrote his stuff based on these two articles, and but he does a really good job of simplifying stuff for people. So I'm gonna repeat what he wrote, and I urge all of you to seek out Wolf Richter. He's on my favorite list of data, or explaining data simply to plebs like me. Okay, so in your spare time, do yourself a solid, read the origination articles, and then try to get to Wolf Richter and see what he had to say. I'm going to read to you, paraphrase some, and shorten what he had to say at some points, but read this to you as we make some motherfucking money right now. U.S. service sector activity driven by new orders and rising employment expanded strongly in July, according to two measures of the service sector released today. The ISM Services PMI and the S&P's U.S. Services PMI, formerly the Market Services PMI. Oh, motherfucker, give me some goddamn money. Oh, feels good making money. Oh, hold on a minute here. Now all I have to do is return to the scene of the crime of my call spreads. I closed the sold call side. Now I just got to close the bot calls side, and I'm flat. In real time, showing you how to manage risk. Love it. And by the way, if you bought puts from me on NVDA, go fuck yourself. You thought you had me, but you didn't. Sold puts on NVDA. Okay. The way these purchasing manager indexes are structured, a value of 50. Now, this is from yesterday from Richter, and I've already gone over the plus 50, minus 50, 3 below 50 in a 3-month period. There's the SOM rule, blah, 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 blah. The way these purchasing manager indexes, PMIs, are structured, a value of 50 means no change. A value higher than 50 means growth, and a value below 50 means decline. The higher the value above 50, the faster the growth. The reason I'm reading this to you is because if you do want to put some risk on the market, I'm going to tie this in at the end to something he doesn't say. The way these purchasing manager indexes are structured, a value of 50 means no change. A value higher than 50 means growth. A value of below 50 means decline. The higher value above 50, the faster the growth. The measurement is month to month. He doesn't say this, but I would not be looking to, I wouldn't be putting anything under the microscope on data unless you've got about 3 months of that data. 1 month out of line is not a pie. It's one ingredient for a pie. S&P Services PMI for July came in at 55.0, where we had manufacturing PMI look like utter dog shit. Services came in booming. And we just got clipped where? All over services. Healthcare services, financial services, discretionary services, consumer services. You name it, we just got clipped. Healthcare services just got hammered. And it's meaning that we have strong growth in services and roughly the same pace of growth as in June. Guess what that was? 55.3. The best growth spell in the last 2 years. Driven by solid new order growth, which encouraged companies to take on, guess what? Additional staff. Now, politically, you might hate that, right? Yeah, we're hiring service workers and not manufacturing workers. We're not hiring maybe the best workers, but we still have growth. There's still money being spent there. We know from the COVID trade that people's spending habits shift depending upon what's happening in the economy. Sometimes they're buying fucking furniture so they can eat bonbons at home in COVID. Sometimes they're renovating their kitchens because they're eating bonbons during COVID. Sometimes they're out buying TVs. Once they're done doing all that shit, they try to buy a house, and if rates are high, they can't. So they go and they fucking gorge themselves at bars, restaurants, KFC. They hire online escorts and thoughts. OnlyFans thoughts, because they can't afford a house, but they can't afford an OnlyFans thought. Which encouraged companies to take on additional staff, with employment at these companies increasing for the second month in a row. Now, we don't have a third month, do we? We got one more left, right, to make a trend. One more report left. And we're not getting a rate decision for until when? Next month. The increase in employment was not enough to fully keep up with new order growth in July, resulting in a second consecutive monthly rise in backlogs of work, the report said. The reading signaled a marked monthly expansion in services activity and extending the current sequence of growth to 18 months, the report said. Services providers continued to benefit from consumers switching spending from manufactured goods to services. Remember the COVID trade, right? You guys went out there and you bought all that shit from Wayfair. Remember that? You fucking renovated your houses. You were all hanging out at Home Depot. You were supposed to be in lockdown. If you went to a Home Depot during COVID, it was packed. Fucking packed with people. Such as travel and recreation. So you guys are actually traveling. You're recreating. Healthcare and financial services also reported buoyant growth. Listen to me closely here. We just got clipped. If you have a bullish bias, if you don't think we're done here, if you don't think we're getting a rate cut, if you don't think GDP is going down yet, if you think maybe the Volmageddon is going to resolve itself to the upside, if you think that the carry trade might be reinstigated again because we don't cut rates, this is for you. I'm going to go over it one more time. Services providers continue to benefit from consumers switching spending from manufacturing goods to services, such as travel, recreation, healthcare, financial services, which also reported buoyant growth. The report pointed at the wide divergence between the manufacturing and service economies. This process of consumers shifting their spending back to services from goods has been going on for 2 years. Input cost inflation experienced a sharp further rise, with the rate of inflation quickening to a 4-month high, the report said. Respondents indicated that higher wage and transportation costs had been the main factors pushing up input prices. So if you're a bull, And you guys, I know Binky talks about this. Are transpos going down or not? Note that we are coming into a little bit of resistance or some liquidity on Bookmap. Doesn't mean we can't get above it. Just note that we have some liquidity to punch through up here. Just note all of this up here, please. Whoop, right. Whoop. Well, a couple bands showing themselves right up there. Output inflation decelerated. While a number of companies responded to higher input costs by increasing their selling prices accordingly, there were other reports that competitive pressures led some firms to lower their charges. The rate of output price inflation was solid, but eased for the second month running to the slowest since January. Thanks to the relatively larger size of the service sector, the July PMI surveys are indicative of the economy continuing to grow at the start of the third quarter at a rate comparable to GDP rising at a solid annualized 2.2% pace. This flies in the face of fucking Gunlock calling for a what? A rate cut. This flies in the face of the great senator from Massachusetts who will be unnamed, screaming for a rate cut. This also flies in the face of what? Of a decline, right? We've over-tightened. Even though it's not the best way to grow the economy, it is growing. Thanks to the relatively larger size of the service sector, the relatively larger size of the service sector, the relatively larger size of the service sector, if you're older than 50 or 60, you remember in the 1980s and 70s, we switched from a manufacturing society to a service-based society. If you recall, when you were a youngster, if you're an old person, you were told that our country would go to shit in a handbasket and lose because we were switching to a service-based economy. When you were a child, well, we are here now today, and that is what our economy is. Thanks to the relatively larger size of the service sector, the July PMI surveys are indicative of the economy continuing to grow at the start of the third quarter at a rate comparable to GDP rising, solid annualized 2.2%. The surveys saw some upward pressure on costs, especially in the service sector, which policymakers, the Fed, will likely be eager to see soften before confident of inflation falling sustainably to target. So if there's anything the Fed is looking at, it is there. They're looking at the services sector of the ISM. The ISM services PMI jumped to 51.4% in July. Business activity and new orders increased strongly. Employment increased and prices jumped. Backlog increased slightly. Export orders jumped, a factor as mentioned in the S&P services PMI. And imports also rose. We got the import numbers this morning, right? We knew this yesterday, the PMI, didn't we? This July reading, 51.4%, was a bounce from the reading of 48.8% in June, the lowest reading in 4 years. That had contradicted by a lot. And unusually, the S&P global reading for June of 55.3, but the week freak, June was, as we now know, sandwiched between the good July, 51.4, and the strong May, 53.8, and the best growth in the services sector since August 2023. Manufacturing growth has been in the doldrums after the huge surge during the pandemic. As we have pointed out here for about a year and a half, this includes manufacturing employment, which has roughly plateaued at high levels after the huge pandemic surge, and prices of manufactured goods have been falling since mid-22. That's true. If you go onto Amazon right now and try to buy yourself a 20 or an 85-inch TV, go anywhere. Go to Walmart. Go to Google. Look up an 85-inch TV. They cost about $600. Dirt fucking cheap. Giant-ass TV. Now at the fastest rate in 2 decades, coming off their spike during the era of shortages. That means that a lot of the inflation, slamming of inflation down that we've seen is in goods, manufactured goods. If you want to spend money today, stop spending it at McDonald's and go buy yourself an 85-inch TV and play video games. But services are about 2/3 of the economy. Services are also where about 2/3 of consumer spending goes. And businesses spend a lot on services too. And services are now driving the economy after the collapse during the pandemic. And as long as growth in services is firm, the economy will be plugging along just fine, even as manufacturing growth stopped. So maybe everybody that's complaining about inflation out there is complaining because their OnlyFans account or the thought that they like is too expensive for them. When in fact, if they were out there buying TVs and computers and couches and shit like that, they shouldn't be experiencing that much inflation. That's what I've got for you on the PMI. I've talked to you at this point about, so this would be the counter argument to we're cutting. And there might be you might experience some people out there saying the Fed doesn't have to cut after this huge drop. After the initial reaction, if you don't see the Fed do an emergency rate cut, you may not get one this week. You may get one in Wyoming. It's possible. There's a history of emergency rate cuts, but as of expecting one in the next week or two, it's possible you might not get one. Might not happen. And you might get some stabilizing in the USD JPY trade or just the JPY and the US dollar. Dixie, not doing too much right now, is it? It's kind of hanging around. We have a couple more targets above. We've got 530, 531, 532. You already know my feelings on as we approach. I don't fucking care how high we go. I don't. Now I've got some exposure in the market. I own SPY. I own NVDA. I own a bunch of shit stock. But I assure you, if we get high enough, I'm getting the fuck out wherever I can. Now, some places I can't get out. I can't get out of SPY. I own it, and I sold goddamn calls against it. I sold goddamn fucking puts against NVDA. But I do have a spread out there, a portion of a spread out there. I'm going to leave that on until at least comes back to near flat. Now, I have to stay long here. I don't have a fucking choice. But if you're trying to initiate a trade, like right fucking here, you're like, I'm going long here, Cap. I think you're out of your fucking skull. Trying to go long here, I think you're out of your fucking skull. Or with any kind of commitment, I think you're out of your fucking skull. Taking unnecessary risk. Even up to this daily trigger, I think you're taking an unnecessary risk. You got no business. You could do some zero dates if you wanted to. But if you're like, I'm going to get long on the market right now, CaptainJimJames. I'm going to remortgage my house. Sell the dogs. I'm going to take my money and I'm going to go to Japan and get a yen loan, and then I'm going to go buy the fucking dollar, and then I'm going to go and buy the fucking stock market. I'll tell you no. Just hang tight, relax. Yeah, it's not even that bad right now, right, Jimmy? I mean, think about it, right? Forget the year. Look back at October, dude. Jimmy, I posted a market brief. Let me see if I can bring it up really quick. I mean, let's look at the reality here. We'll talk about this market brief right now. Just briefly, we will. I wrote big words being thrown around. Now, hindsight vision's always great, right? As we melted down into Monday, I said, over the weekend, I've read 4 different headlines reading we have already had a correction, major correction, market crash. We're in a market collapse. Well, I don't know. We're in a bear market now. Oh, and we're confirmed heading for a bear market. We're confirmed. We are not, by the way. I've also seen or heard things like 20% decline puts us into a bear market, as well as all the bear classics like right shoulder this and left shoulder that. A 20% decline does not put us in a bear market, by the way. We're going to use the SPX because it's the fucking broad market. It's blue chips, good, bad companies added and taken away all the time. What we have had is a confirmed pullback only. And now we're about to complete a correction, which we did, right? We blasted down, we completed a correction. Pullback is when we go back to the daily trigger. A correction is when we trade to the weekly trigger. A major correction is when we trade to the monthly trigger. This can also be a market crash if 20%, which this is. If we trade to the monthly trigger, it's about 20%. But it's not a bear market unless price breaks below and rejects the monthly trigger. You should use the monthly trigger on every ticker as a gauge of if it's in a bear or bull market. Always. There are great differences between corrections, major corrections, market crashes, market collapses, and bear markets. An example would be the period between January of 2022 and January of 2024, where the market experienced a stock market crash, a decline greater than 20%, and a bear market, which is defined as a prolonged drop in the market in time. And every time we've entered a bubble like in the mid-1990s where we remain in a bull market but experience major corrections and even market crashes, that quickly resolve to the upside, maintaining a bull market. It is critical to know the difference. Below is the difference for crayon eaters. And I want to show you this. This is 2022 to 24. You get a prolonged down over time period of more than 20%. January of 2022, January of 2024. This is 1995, where we had corrections, but we cranked to the upside. Correction, crank to the upside. Correction, crank to the upside. Crash, woof to the upside. Big difference, right? Between the two, isn't there? Prolonged period of time, market continues higher. And there's a major difference in this, and you need to know the difference in this. Take note of the last chart above. -6, -10, -20% declines are normal in bull markets. The doomers always miss the boat, and they are mad and resentful. Let's get the correction done first before drinking the doomers' Kool-Aid of crashes and bear markets. This is where you should be focusing on finding the turn rather than joining those left behind. So far, at that point, we had only had a 6.51% decline. I think we got 10% when we were done. In that time period, though, right, the doomers were left behind in October. And in this time period, we've had a 38.35% gain. And as a bull, we should not be up 38% and you're hurt by 6.51 or even 10%. This is what Jimmy Barry's talking about. But let's go further and deeper. We also had some major, if you were to look at this from the 3 corrections that we've encountered in this bull run, We had a return from October of 31%. We had a correction. Then we had another return of 28%. Another correction. And then this return was what? 14.31%, right? For a total of 75% gains in this bull run alone. So on total for the year, we had 38.35 so far, or not just the year, but the bull run. And in total, if you bought every fucking dip, you would have 75% gains in the S&P 500. And then I wrote, I ain't done yet. Remember how those doomers were left behind. Well, I didn't forget about the second leg down that they cry about and are once again crying about. 5 times they've called for the end of the market, of this market alone. And 5 times they have been wrong. This is a pretty ugly win rate, and we are likely near an inflection point of a turn higher than lower. And here they are. There's one right there. There's one right there. They called for it. Remember the next leg down? This was in the end of the year. This was in the beginning of the year. Here's another instance of where they said the market was going to roll. Here's another instance of where they said the market would roll. We even had back in April a 10% decline, which we just experienced. This one at that point was at 6.78%, but you would do well if you were to get long. So we recover in here, right? Whoop. You get out and exit, and then you jump back in again right here, right? For this next leg higher, right? Yee-hoo, Cappy. I didn't even lose this money in here, did I? I was responsible. I waited for the recovery. We didn't roll over. And then I jumped back in up here. Continuation to the upside. Everything is fine. And they hate you for this. And even when you're wrong, you're afforded the opportunity to get out. Now, pricing in a rate cut. We're not going to get into that right now, but we are going to get into being the responsible trader. Now, I explained to you earlier, this morning I spent time on the Volmageddon trade and how you exit in an orderly fashion and how you re-enter in an orderly fashion. Had you followed these rules from October until today, you'd be very fucking wealthy. You'd be up 73% this year on SPY. Literally. And we're coming into the 6th moment of this. So let's say we get another leg higher. You exit the market appropriately, right? Responsibly. And we can jump back in for one more leg higher. If we go into a bubble, you can do the same thing. And you can make great money. What you don't want to be is the asshole buying every fucking top along the way. Now you watch and 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 you buy the top. If you know anybody out there that is getting washed out of this market, that's a bull. They have been doing it wrong. And wrong. And wrong. And wrong. You understand? You have another opportunity coming up here to not do it wrong. Another one. If we break above the daily trigger, couple highs, get a new all-time high and back test, and the market continues higher, please do not wait for the next top to come here and whine about how you blew up your house and your wife and your kids. This is a prime example where we are right now. Where we have a bounce, we had a drawdown. We're now coming into a place in a very small time frame where it's responsible for you to exit and to re-enter the market when conditions improve. So are we crashing? No. Have we confirmed a crash? No. Have we like a crash, 20%? Have we confirmed a second corrective leg down? No. If we reject this hourly or this daily trigger up here, sure, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about the next leg down to 490, next leg down to 460 or whatever. We'll talk about it. About a market crash 20%. We'll talk about an emergency rate cut. Talk about your, Japan's imploding and the carry trade's over and doom and gloom and all that kind of stuff. But for right now, I want you to have a firm awareness of where we actually are in the market. And when you hear anyone out there telling you otherwise, they're fucking wrong. And you know now why they are wrong. You should also, if you're a bull and you've missed every one of these pullbacks, know where to get long. You have a chance in the bottom yesterday to get long. You will have a chance to exit here, right? You have a chance to exit right here. And you'll have another chance to get real long if conditions improve. Price, hourly, daily. Back test of the hourly, new high on the market. You can get confident again that we're going higher. And you can sit there getting long as we make the next leg higher. And you can listen to the fucking doomers whine and bitch that they can't trade a melt up. Too fucking bad, buddy. I'll see you at the next pullback. Make sense? They ain't even waiting up here, are they? Too many people watching the show. Like, fuck this, I'm out. Been to it. YouTube streamer creates Volmageddon Part 2. Incites panic in the market. Responsible. I like that. All right. So that's all I got for you this morning. I'm going to read a few headlines to you. So this is like black box stuff. I'm going to post them in the Discord for you as well so that you can review them yourself. And so you can read this stuff, this counter. I do want you to know that when I made that post last night, that market brief last night, fucking this morning, a professional, Rebecca, whatever her name is from OBS or whatever, I don't know if she's GS, but I'll post this stuff for you inside the Discord this morning. She reiterated what VolWiz said. The market's not the same. There's no guarantee we do that Volmageddon 2 trade. I just want you to know that it's there. You want to know where everybody is. You want to know what people are thinking. And I want you to know what people are thinking. You want to know where the Elliott Wave guys are, where the Gamma guys are. You want to know where the pairs traders are. You want to know where the time frame traders are. You want to know where the traditional chartists are and the fundamental people are and all that kind of stuff. And so you can trade appropriately. So I'm gonna read some data off to you, not data, but some professional desk type stuff, and then I'm gonna take a break at some point. And I wouldn't be getting short here either. I should say that to you too if you're a seller. You know what to look for if you're a seller. It's the complete inverse, right? We have a breakdown below the 1 in 5 minute trigger. 1 in 5 minute trigger crosses, bear plane. Price then gets below or rejects the daily or the hourly trigger, right? Also note that if we are going to bloodbath down and get bloody, there's plenty of time because it's gonna be a nice leg. You don't have to be the first one in, and you can also easily know where to put your stops, right? You know how to exit if you get squeezed out of that trade to the downside if it materializes. If I see it materialize here, I'll let you know. You don't need to be first one in. You can get blown out here if you're a bear. You want to see all the things, right? One crosses the 5 minutes. Price rejects. Buyers are weak. Prices below the hourly trigger. Start putting a hedge on. That kind of stuff. It was a long-ass rant, wasn't it? Thanks, Roots. Love you, brother. How's a whole glass of water? Thanks for saying something. All right. I'm going to read a few things to you here. Per Goldman this morning at 8:30 this morning, colleagues across the ladder noting appetite for the lows to use weakness to add in quality pockets of the market, including tech and healthcare. We highlighted healthcare this morning in services PMI. So if you did want to get some risk on, healthcare looks positive or probable. Goldman's Mullavi, the narrative has flipped from soft landing and disinflation to hard landing and recession. We have not priced that in, by the way. We have not. We have not made that bet either. In any of the future rates, we have not made that. We have not done that. So this is all bullshit right now coming out of Malawi. Personally speaking, I think things are rarely this quick to go from one end of the spectrum to another. In reality, things have been slowing for a while, but they are far from bad. It is fair to argue that the Fed will now wish they had started cutting in July rather than September. That statement is counter to the actual fucking data I just showed you. Goldman's Malawi goes on to say the total lack of distress in credit, IG and HY yesterday, is reassuring that underlying foundations are more solid than yesterday's SPX action might make one think. Goldman's Malawi, a few incidental points of concern. Buffett selling 390 million shares of Apple in Q2, a luxury problem, but also a signal with the sage of Omaha decides to trim. There was also an argument made this morning that he sold his Japanese interests. He might have been a part of the unwind of the carry trade. Now, I want to note to you that the Oracle of Omaha has been fucking wrong more times than I can count. But they love to use him when he's right. Reminds me of the inverted yield curve trade. Like when it works, but otherwise it's just used to talk bare bullshit, which is most of the time. NVDA news talking to delays to the newest chips and Jensen Huang selling stock. He has plenty more, to be fair. Google monopoly ruling last night. Microsoft Meta weakness of AI capex and ROI from spend. Nothing here to cause panic, but something to monitor. We got good news this morning, by the way, on NVDA. We went from hold to buy again this morning on a bunch of NVDA or a bunch of rating services this morning. So counter to all the bullshit that came out yesterday by Financial Times and Bloomberg and all the other fuckface news reporters. Goldman's Hampson. Most of the market rally in equities year to date has been driven by higher valuations, and contrary to the usual, in recent month valuations have increased without looser financial conditions, pointing to growing complacency. Do you remember when you guys told me that rate increases after the initial rate increases would be negative in the market? And I told you, fuck no, they won't. I told you that the initial shock will be priced in, which Jerome was not adversarial. He warned us in 21 that they were going to raise rates. The market priced it in. And then when they continue to raise rates, the market would react to in a simple way of saying, well, they're doing a good job by raising rates. Until they cut rates, we should not price in that rate cut, should we? We can price some of it in, poise for it like we are right now, but we still have not cut rates, have we? If you were a bull, you would want him to not cut rates, believe it or not. Shocked Pikachu. Goldman's Hampson. Most of the market rallies in equities year to date driven higher by valuations, and contrary to the usual, in recent months, valuations have increased without looser financial conditions, pointing to growing complacency. Yeah, we know that. We've known that since October of last year. And we know that we'll grow more complacent as we enter December and 2025 and maybe even mid-2026. We know that. Thanks, Hampson. Thank God we bought the fucking dip in October, buddy. Has the correction gone far enough? At this stage, probably not. Valuations have compressed, but still only moderately, with SPX PE still above 20 times. Market concentration in the U.S. is still in the 75th tile. Should macro data weaken further with anxiety around recession fears, the S&P PE could fall to 18 times. We look at that all the time around here, don't we, on this show? I send it to you guys, don't I? If you're a pro trader, I send it to you once a week on Sundays. That's 4,800 by year end. This is not a recession scenario target either, as both multiples and EPS would fall more. He's kind of right. We could easily weather a market crash and stay in a bull market, like I showed you, right, just a few moments ago. We could actually have a 20% drawdown, stay above the monthly trigger, not be in a recession. We already know the data points to us not being in a recession yet. Services PMI looks fucking great. He wants to keep us out of a bubble, though, doesn't he? I don't believe him. I bet that Hampson loves the fucking cocaine of a bubble. GS saying hedge funds bought the dip in the U.S. Shocked Pikachu. 0.7 on a Z-score. If you would like, I can show you that Z-score. I have that data. I have that active chart. I'll show it to you later if I have the time. As North America was the only net bought region. All other regions were net sold, though notional flows were relatively modest. U.S. buying came from single stocks, which saw the largest one-day net buying in less or greater than 5 months, +2 on the Z-score, driven mainly by long buys as short flows were muted. 8 of 11 sectors were net bought, led by, are you ready? You want to write this down? Led by, guess what? Information technology, defensives such as healthcare, staples, utilities, while consumer discretionary, real estate, and financials were net sold. I told you today to look at those, right? I said, hey, start looking at financials, start looking at consumer discretionary. And I looked at them before the open this morning. Why? For a fucking dip to buy. And they've been bled the fuck out. We also know that they're not going to tell you they bought them until afterwards. So keep your eyes on like financials, consumer discretionaries. See if they jump in and begin to buy with some volume. Some of you guys like looking at out there, volume. GS, Infotech saw the largest one-day net buying since mid-June. 1.9 Z-score, driven by long buys and short covers, 3-1. Nearly all tech subsectors were net bought on Monday. Sans tech hardware. Stay away from tech hardware. And that's because of manufacturing, right? Led by the semis and semi-equipment and software. U.S. Infotech long-short ratio now stands at 1.81, which is near both 1-year and 5-year lows in the 3rd percentile. The prime book is now U/W Infotech underweight Infotech by minus 12.6%. Nice number, isn't it? Information tech underweight 12.6%. Pretty good. Versus the S&P 500. Because what happened? NASDAQ got clipped before other sectors, right? NASDAQ was in a correction before the S&P 500 rolled. Still around the most underweight level in more than 10 years. It's good news. Good news. GS, Infotech saw the largest one-day net buying since mid-June, right? I told you that. Hold on. I told you all that right now. The most underweight in more than 10 years. Not a bad place to get some exposure on the line. Maybe you wait a little bit. Maybe you are going to put some exposure on the line. Maybe you're going to wait until this Volmageddon shit resolves itself. Maybe you read or you listen to what I'm telling you here. Maybe we see one more roll down to like 490, and you remember these sectors so we can jump in on those sectors. Okay? For a nice pump higher. Maybe you remember what I just said to you in these sectors that I said to you in case we do go into a place of relative safety and look towards those sectors to enter. Maybe you would have read the Twitter post I made where I told you when we get into late cycle bull runs that you reduce your risk on spec growth and you begin to jump in on quality names. Maybe just the indexes. Maybe you're too afraid that you're going to get hammered as we enter the late bull stage, right? You pick the wrong stock. You know, all spec growth is going up together. Now it's just a few. Maybe you picked the wrong one. You don't want to get left behind late bull cycle, do you? Maybe you're just going to start buying SPY or Qs or NVIDIA or Apple or your favorite big blue chip tech stock, right? Look for your entry as we get into late bull cycle. This morning, now I have to preface this, what I'm going to read to you. Rebecca Chang, I don't know if I pronounced her name right, but I know of her. She's a longtime market participant. She's a permable. But she says the setup in the recent U.S. equity correction is very similar to what? This is from this morning. And you guys already know I wrote this to you last night, right? Rebecca Chang says the setup in the recent U.S. equity correction is very similar to the one in February 2018. Short VIX unwinds in a neutral intraday recovery score. However, the conditions now are more benign. By the way, I don't know who did this, but it was either in the Discord or in one of these chats. I know one of you, at least one of you, told me that you were long the VIX as we were watching the VIX 9-day make a breakout. Like we were like, this is the bottom, and then we're like, we're breaking out. The VIX 9-day, we had charted it all out. We're like, we're going to get an explosive move to the upside. If you're out there watching this program right now, I don't know who you are off the top of my head, but whoever the fuck you were that did that, congratulations. You made fucking bank. But she says here, the short VIX unwinds in the neutral intraday recovery score. However, so the setup in the recent U.S. equity correction is very similar to the one in February of 2018. That's Volmageddon. Short VIX unwinds in a neutral intraday recovery score. However, conditions now are more benign by comparison. Listen to me closely here. More benign by comparison. The market's surface of the market is not the same as it was in 2018. Volatility with Scott says the same thing. He said it to us on a stream dedicated to this just a couple months ago, maybe a month or two ago. We had that stream. However, the conditions now are more benign by comparison, and so markets should be very close to the low. Investor selling pressure across systematic, pension, cross-asset, and retail is much less this time. Systematic funds have lower equity exposure to start versus 2018. There's no multi-asset unwind yet, i.e. the AI unwind. And retail is showing a buy-the-dip bias this time. Real money support will likely return from retail, pension funds, and corporates. The blackout, mark this down on your calendar, ends on August 8th. That's in 2 days. Oh, note that, 2 days. And over the next week. Given elevated short interest now across stocks, this could trigger a short squeeze. Now, how do you trade that? I wouldn't put risk on the market in size. I don't know what you're worth. I don't know if you're a bazillionaire. I don't know if you're a $10 heir. I don't know if your wife gives you your money, your husband. I don't know if you work a job. But if you were risking a small percentage, or I'm risking a small percentage on the chance that we do go up, but don't have exposure, more like I don't mind losing this money, maybe you do take that trade. Maybe you're expressing it by saying, or maybe not you, but maybe I'm saying to myself, yeah, we might have a squeeze higher in the next week or so, right? But I don't want to get torched. Maybe I get a spread that's way outside the money. Maybe I put a week or two on it. Maybe that way outside the money call spread is dated for the first week of what? September. And we catch a short squeeze. Right? Remember that trade? Still in it. Well, one side of him still in. I have exposure to that right now. I actually have exposure to that short squeeze. So you might miss it buying zero dates. We might get one. We might not roll down and do Volmageddon 2.0. But if you're willing to lose like 1% of your account on that cocaine job that might happen, she's telling you that it's possible. That's Rebecca Chang. Note, though, she is a permable. I mean, literally, she's a perma bull. For all you USD, JPY traders, this is from GS, and I'm going to show you both sides of the coin here. And GS said this when I was saying it's not going to go down any farther, right? GS that time said it's not going, or the short is overdone. We're out. We're not short anymore. We could experience volatility. Whew. Did we experience volatility? So this is GS. Our positioning indicator shows that JPY FX positioning has finally flipped net long after the largest 1 month short unwind since our records began in 2015. Congratulations to you, Lucan, by the way. You should get to know that guy. If you remember, we pointed him out. I was like, you got to get to know this motherfucker. He knows what he's talking about. Now, counter to that, co-head of FX strategy, Arindam Sandilia, thinks we may only be 50 to 60% through this carry trade unwind. I tend to agree somewhat with that. If we don't get a fucking rate cut, guess what? They're going to party again, right? They've already priced in the 25% or 25 BPS hike in Japan. I mean, it's still going to be cheaper, isn't it, to borrow the yen to some extent if we don't cut rates, right? Not the same, but there'll be a little bit of juice there, won't there, for U.S. markets? So pay attention to that as well for U.S. markets. Also, net leverage of hedge funds fell to 45% with current nets sitting in the 11th tile on a 12-month look back and the 26th percentage tile over the last 5 years. As of last Friday close, net leverage for systematic strategies is now roughly the 40th percentile versus history, as they have taken down a substantial amount of their equity risk. LO's exposure remains elevated. What else we got here? And this is where some warning comes in. When we looked at the VIX, no, don't keep the fuck out. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is going to present itself, but if you are on the Discord, I did write this out for you. And I'm going to show you what I'm looking for to do this trade. We are back testing the hourly trigger. We are in negative gamma. I expect any positive gamma, or positive velocity, to be muted. If you go to a 30-minute basis on a trigger screen, I'll explain it better for you. So if you get triggers, you know what I'm talking about. This is good so far. But in negative velocity, I'm expecting limited upside, positive velo. But this looks great right now, or positive. We are also experiencing some higher lows on daily velocity. That's improving, but no proof in the pudding yet on a 30-minute basis. But I am looking for something specific here. We're going to take a quick look at the 4-hour range. And I know where demand is. It's right here, right? You can see that easily. Should be able to see that. The wick down here. Buyers trying to step back in. They stepped here. They stepped back in here at 4 a.m. Right? And they're right back where they are again. See that? 4 a.m. buyers. 8 a.m. buyers. And we're right at the top right here. You see it? That's the high right there at 4 a.m. We're going to switch now down to an hourly basis. And you can see all the work that's going on in here. Right? And I got that little wick right there. Right? I want to see what happens on that little wick right there. Go back to a 30-minute basis. And what do I want to see? I want to see a new fucking high, don't I? Now, we're not on a new high, are we? Now, on a 1-minute basis, we're going to take a peek right here. And what I want to see is maybe like a 15-minute trade. Are we there for a 15-minute trade yet? No, we are not. We saw the sellers come in right here, up top. But I want to pay attention to this because I bet you there's a 0-day trade in here. If we can get that high tick right there, right, and some kind of a grab right there, right there. And there might be another trade higher right here. Hold on here, a little bit of extension going on up here. Now it's very dangerous. So I wouldn't be, if you worked at Wendy's, I wouldn't be trading $700 or anything like that. Maybe $1 if you could. But I'm going to, now, is it guaranteed this happens? No. But I am looking for something specific. I'm looking for price to go up and get that high tick and have a nice successful back test on the 1-minute trigger. Doesn't always happen. Sometimes it'll just squeeze. It'll just blast straight up and I get left behind. But if there's a nice, clean, uniform trade higher, nice, clean back test, I am going to be looking to enter a 0-day trade right about there. Okay? Now, we might trade sideways and some time pass, and then the setup comes. And I will drag it all to the right until it does. We could get blasted to the downside here. Get underneath all this shit and start blooding, doom and gloom. But right now, the trade is presenting itself, so I'm going to watch it very closely. I have not taken the trade yet, but I'm going to watch it. I'm also looking for one more thing here. I'm also looking for any breaks and rejections down below right here. Okay, right down here. That would make the trade null and void and dead. We're going to watch it very closely. Let's go to school for a minute. See if we can catch this trade to the upside. Do not follow me on this trade. Not financial advice. And know your risk. If I were to take this trade over here, right? If I were to take this trade over here, and we squeeze up here, we come back down, and we fail, let's say. They fail right in here. Right? They liquidation break us. Right? Ooh. Oh, hold on. Right there. So my stops are down here, of course, right, appropriately. Stops. Do I execute my stops down here? Fuck no. I might lose, but not that often. So they liquidation break us. Oh, shit, there's my stops. Do I take the stops there? Fuck no. You still need the failure of buyers, don't you? They fail right about there, don't they? Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Hold on. We blast right back down here, right? You've got your 1 minute up here. I'm trying to buy a dip right here, right? I buy the dip. I buy the dip. I put my stops down here. Right? I don't execute them here. And instead of going up, oh, fuck, they trap me. They blast us down. As they blast us down, I'm looking for two things. Do they break the yellow line or not? Is this just a liquidation break? Should I add to my position if we continue higher? Or do they kiss down there? If they do, that would take my stops, right? Well, I'm an orderly motherfucker, aren't I? So I would wait until what? Price comes back up, right? And I do what? Regardless if we go higher, I exit in an orderly fashion until conditions improve. And what could happen in there if I don't exit? They could then reverse us to the downside, couldn't they? And you would see the 1 minute trigger roll to the downside. Whoopsie. Right? And you would see the 5 minute trigger now at that point over here. Right about there, right? And there would be the trap, right? Bam, bam, bam. To the downside. If you are a bear and you're like, fuck you, Cap, ain't no fucking bull, you ain't doing shit just yet, are you? You waiting over here, aren't you? You're waiting on here over here for like Johnny on the spot. Now, where would I actually execute my stops? Up here. Even though my stops are down here, I execute them above in an orderly fashion as we break down and begin to go down lower. Because the failure of buyers is representing itself, isn't it? They fucking failed to buy right here, and they failed on a recovery here. We're getting pretty bared up at that point, aren't we? And we're going to start fucking knocking out some lows. So pay very close attention as this trade develops. You can do this trade on any time frame. You can do this trade on an hour, 4 hours, a day, a week, doesn't matter. And this trade is beautiful. We're going to watch this trade set itself up right now. I don't know if we're going to go up there. I can't forecast that for you. I think the trade is there to go higher. It looks beautiful to me. We're successfully backtesting our hourly trigger. Velocity looks good. It's not great. We're not in positive gamma, but there might be a 15-minute trade here to the upside. We are paying very close attention for a new high up there. We want to see the will and the strength and the power of buyers. And if there is a liquidation break, we do not want to see down here, do we? Not so bad right here. I might even decide to add if it's only that low. It starts turning green. Add to position, add to position, add to position. Boom, off and running. Now, sometimes I get left behind. I don't have to take every trade. We'll watch it very closely. Also note that it's 11:48 in the afternoon, and either your vol suppression gang or your put mafia gang are going to come in. Probably got a quick trade ahead of us until they do. And there's a good possibility that we're either going to run the fuck up right into put mafia up here. I bet you there's a guy at a desk right now going, can't wait till 1 o'clock. I'm going to try at 12 o'clock. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a swing at it at 12 p.m. I'll just put it over there right now. There's where they're going to take a swing at it. And I'm going to take another swing at it over here at right around 1 p.m. Let's see what happens. All right, I'll leave you with that. I'm going to read something bearish to you as this happens, as this trade unfolds, okay? UBS's U.S. retail making clients pulled a net 167 MN out on Monday, selling tech stocks heavily in the first 30 minutes of trading at a pace not seen since peak COVID-19 activity in March 2020. We saw that on the VIX 9-day, didn't we? We saw that yesterday in the morning, didn't we? We talked about it last night, didn't we? Tech outflows were partially offset with buying of U.S. large cap ETFs. Listen to me closely on this. Listen to this closely. I made a post to you on Twitter a few days ago, and I said, get into indexes as we get late bull cycle. Say it to you again. Tech outflows were partially offset by buying of U.S. large cap ETFs. QQQ, VOO, and SPY were the three most bought stocks. RMM net outflows in the first 30 minutes sold 300 MN, over one-third of that related to tech. The record was 805 MN outflows on March 23rd, 2020. Volumes are up. Now, they didn't say which tech. It's more than likely the shit that I showed you a few weeks ago that we're topping on Velo on monthly and weekly. So even if their prices are recovering today, they ain't fucking owned by hedge funds and banks. They're owned by you, the retail bag holder. And the moment you freak out and panic, those are going to fucking burn. Unlike SPY, Qs, Apple, NVIDIA, all that kind of shit. Even if your price is going up today, you are likely the only motherfucker buying them. Volumes are up 83% versus this year's average, with 24% of volumes trading during the first 30 minutes. Largest outflows, so shockingly, because people asked about this yesterday, were from Apple, which had the largest net selling since May 2020. With 63 MN of outflows on news, Warren Buffett had slashed his stake in the firm. That was followed by the Spider 1 to 3 month T-bill EFBIL, ticker symbol BIL. As press reports about possible Fed rate cuts in response to the market sell-off led to retail to heavily exiting short-term treasuries. There could be a trade in there in Apple. Maybe Apple is in the don't buy list. It didn't look like it to me when I checked. We can look at it today if you want. I'll look at Apple more closely on higher time frame velocity. And here's where it gets funny. GS Prime Desk. U.S. single stocks saw the largest one-day net buying in more than 5 months. +2 Z-score, driven mainly by long buys as short flows were muted. 8 of 11 U.S. sectors were net bought, led by tech, defensives. I already read this to you from somewhere else. Oh, do a little dance, make a little love, slap that ass, do 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 do, slap that ass, do 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 do, do a little dance, slap a little ass, get down tonight, do 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 do, get down tonight, do 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 do, ooh, do 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 do. Ooh, ooh, do 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 do. Do a little dance, make a little cocaine, get down this morning. Do 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 do. Make a little love, get down tonight. Mm-mm-mm. I had to say what up to the chats over on YouTube and Twitch land. This is a quick 5-minute trailer. A little bit of cocaine in the morning. What time is it yet? Shit, we got it all in before noontime. I'm always like, do not follow. People are like, you motherfucker, I hate you. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. What else we got going on over here? We got something else going on. We got something else going on over here. What else we got going on over here? What else we got going on over here? We got something over here, don't we? What's that? Everybody put your fingers in your mouth. Pucker up. Ooh. Ooh. Put your finger in your mouths. I want you to go in your living room right now. I don't care who's there. If you're at a desk right now trading, if you're in an office in your Main Street town, you're an FA, right? I want you to stick your finger in your mouth with all your homeboys there, right? And look at me. I want you to pop your mouth.
Bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is poppin', 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 pop. This lollipop is this lollipop is
Bears are like, I'm fucking short right now.
I'm all kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. This lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', this lollipop is poppin', 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 poppin'. This lollipop is
I like that one. That was pretty good. Fucking. You're in New York, you're like that. Fuck that motherfucker. John H, I apologize, dude. I just saw your call over the weekend, brother. I meant to call you back and I didn't get a chance. I apologize. Oh, 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 oh. We'll take that away now. Just note, they love coming in at 12 o'clock. And even if they fail, they're going to come back at 1:15. Just note that as we come in here. I know there's a bear out there that's like, fuck you, I'm shorting the fuck out of this at 12. It's like clockwork. Even if they fail, they're doing it. Hold on, I got to check in with my homeboy. I got to check in with David AMS and just let him know that I love his ass. He's a fucking goat trader. He is the goddamn goat. Where is he at? Yeah, throw his ass out. High five every day. We got a gangster traders in our Discord. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. We can squeeze straight up from here and not do any of this above, but I would say to you that it's risky. We're gonna place to take the money and run, and look for a pullback to get long again. You might get left behind, but if you run this trade over and over and over and over and over again with rules, I'm sure you'll be a winner enough. You'll be able to unfuck yourself enough. You'll be a winning trader in general. You are looking for a new high here, right about here, just for continuation to the upside. We'll see if we can catch it. I never like seeing no new high on these trades. Clean it up there so you can see it. They did get the one high from right here so far. This tick they got. I'm looking for that one more tick. They did catch the one tick right here. I don't know if you can see it, but caught that tick right there. There's one more that needs to be caught. This, of course, will raise up a little bit. Sorry for the wonkiness. This is a liquidation break down here. A little thing down here. The lollipop is throbbing. Should I put on some Doom here? I don't think that's Doomish. Well, that's a good one. See what happens here. And they have not lost trend yet, so we still have time to go up. We're not done. Look at all those. Look at all those. Look at all that liquidity above when you take out. I can't. I've had a hard time with music. So what's between like so this music that I'm playing is licensed. I pay for the license. Anything else that I've been doing, I've been not only getting copyright strikes, they're blocking my videos from being replayed anywhere when I play like song requests. Although YouTube did say they're switching to the Twitch model where they're not recording alongside the live stream. I haven't investigated it yet. Like you can do that with Twitch, or yeah, with Twitch you can do it where they do the recording, they mute the music tracks, but not on YouTube because of multi-stream. It's not working for me right now. So I am attempting right now to make that switch where I can take requests from the song that you like. It's been very difficult producing the show alone in person without someone remote helping me out along the way. I apologize for that. I'm trying to make that transition right now. I used to play like whatever you guys requested, and but now people are like, I want to go back and watch certain segments, and they aren't even allowing me to replay the video right now. So I apologize. We are working on it though. As a matter of fact, today I'm trying to get some time away to work on some of that stuff this morning. So bear with me as we make that transition, please. Boo. I promise we're getting there though. The fact that I can even play music right now that I don't get pinched for has taken us like goddamn years, dude. Like, there was even a time where I was playing music that was produced by friends of the show, getting fake copyrights. There's bots on the internet where if you have even music that you've made, they'll file a claim against you and say it's theirs and it's not. And then you have to take the time to fight it. So they do it enough that people don't fight it like me, or like, I don't have time to fight this shit because we stream so much. If we made like a video a week or something, we'd be fine. Like streaming every day. And then they start collecting royalties off you, which is even more fucked up. It's wonky. Even like, so some stuff there's like at least 3 music services that I've paid licensing fees to where I still get nailed. And even though I have the license, this is the first company where I have the license and I haven't gotten pinged. First company where it's actually worked. Where my licensing is strong as fuck. But I pay a pretty penny for it, so. You know what's crazy is my partner. One of my partners. I got 2 partners. I don't know if you know this, but I got 2 partners. One is Joe Donut. He's the one that keeps me honest. Truth. So I don't become a fucking furu whore. My second partner is Bork. And he's my partner because he's like a liaison for technical skills that I don't have as a bridge. So I'm not getting fucked over. And he's a good friend. And he's a really good person, right? So those are my 2 partners. And Joe Donut, I've never met him in person. In real life, I've never met him. He's down the street right now. He's in Chicago for the week. And I really thought about putting the stream on like cruise control and just bouncing and getting to Chicago to go see him. To actually meet him in person. I only have internet sex with Joe. We tell each other sweet nothings late night. It's kind of shocking. We're like really good friends. We like talk all the time. Same with Bork. And I got to go see him too. And Joe's like super close. He's like 3 hours away from me. At most, I could fly there probably in 45 minutes to an hour. I can't. I got to stay here for the week. I have to stay here for the week in case something goes wrong. In case we have Volmageddon 2.0. Can't be like, I'm off partying with Joe Donut right now. Beep, leave a message. Beep. But I really wanna. He's hanging out in Chi-Town. If you're out in Chi-Town, Joey Donut's out there. Do you know Joe? If you don't know Joe Donut, he's a cool ass guy, regular guy, smart as all hell, and he's rich. You can have him pay your way. Yeah, I could do that. I could take the show with me. That's possible too. I wonder if the hotel Wi-Fi would be strong enough to do that. I do have a portable or like a travel router. I do have one for that specific thing. I never considered it. What day is today? Today's Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? It's possible it could happen.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
Joe Donuts, so what he does in his real life is he sells lube and latex by the drum, I think. It's like liquid latex and liquid lube or something like that to medical professionals. And he's got a big market in Chicago. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Manvera. Well, yes, but if you get the router, what it does is it like tricks so that you get better bandwidth with the external router instead of just the hotspot. It like I think I could be wrong in this, but I think it like combines both or something. I'm not sure how it works, but yeah. His company's name is Lube and Latex. Uh-oh. We're losing the stream. I got to turn that off. We're losing the stream. You see me here? We didn't lose the stream, did we? I got to turn some shit off in the background. We're already losing the stream here. I don't want to lose you guys just yet. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to turn on the news squawker in the background for you. Hold on here. I'm going to check something else before I take a quick break. I want to see something here. IoT. I'm going to list off some stuff. Nice. I'm not going to do it in the I usually give this for the pros, okay? You ready? You guys want me to do a couple for you in public here? Before I take a break, I'm going to do a couple for you in public, okay? Now, normally I do this for pro traders. Down below, if you look down below, if you're looking for a trade today on stock, right? We take short-term trades, take long-term trades. Maybe you're not a S&P person. You got furrows that spend their whole career pumping shit up that takes months, right? First one we're going to look at is a old school favorite. IoT, Samsara. Beautiful ticker, Samsara. We're going to go to a daily basis on Samsara. Look at this sexiness right now. What do I like about this ticker? Now, we're going to switch down and out of the stream. This is going to piss some people off right now, but it's okay. We're going to give a little bit of... Oh! Are we peeking our heads up? We're going to look at something else. We're going to look at IoT. Why are we looking at IoT? It's a nice little fast trade for you if you're a stock trader. Got a nice little peaks up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful, right? Got another one down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Kind of beautiful. Nice expanding wedge. But what's fascinating about this right now is what? Put it on a 30-minute basis. We have a cross of the daily trigger above the weekly trigger. While the entire market was bleeding here, we have what? We have some nice, gorgeous rips, right? Woo! Yeehaw, daddy! And we have some saving grace down here in the weekly trigger. Successful back test of the weekly trigger. We are above the daily trigger right now. And also on a 30-minute basis. We're just starting to get bulled up right now. Look at that. It's fucking gorgeous. Got a little bit of possible rotation to the upside. We're bullish on daily velocity. That's positive. And you might want to take a long here. Not you, but I might want to take a long here. And it's trading 37.21. We got a price target to the upside of $45 fucking dollars. That's a 20 motherfucking 5% move, brothers and sisters. Now keep your eyes on this ticker, IOT. IOT. That's a gorgeous one. I got another favorite for you, SERV. We've talked about that one on the show, and some of you have made bank on this one. So we're going to take a quick peek at SERV. If you want to check out this ticker right here, it's a monster. Really low down here, right? Trading at $2. It's been ripping fucking face off. We took that big trade right there. We traded this motherfucker together right up to the goddamn target of $22.92. Fucking beast. And look what it's doing again. It's looking beastie again. It's back testing successfully its daily trigger. And it's trailing along over here in its hourly trigger. It's trading $16.52 right now. And I want to show you something else. It's starting to climb on its daily trigger, so you're not buying a goddamn negative velocity in a daily. And it's just getting started on its hourly again. It wants to fuck around and find out one more time. So if you know about Serve yet, it's a goddamn beautiful-ass printer. And I want to show you one last thing here on Serve. Just quickly here, and I want to show you what the next target is. You can now see it, right? $32. And I want to show you this one right here. Bam! Right there. And it's getting bulled up again. That would mean that you'd put a stop down here on this $14, $15. You'd be expecting them to get a new high above here at $25. And your next target above is $32, possibly even $35. That would be a 100% fucking trade on SERV. So two for you, SERV and IOT out there if you don't want to fuck around with the greater market.
Which is up slightly from the prior forecast of 20.4 million barrels per day.
So just keep those two tickers on your radar right there, SERV and IOT. A note to self on these, I like to add to these tickers on their hourly trigger. And I also like to have stops below the hourly trigger because that is the intraday trend. But on the surface, both of those motherfuckers look really, really, really good. So if you don't like trading SPY Qs, you like buying stock and not losing your ass on zero dates, I post these trades, by the way, inside the pro channels for your consideration as a pro trader. IOT and Serve. Check them out. I cannot vouch for much more than the fact that their fundamentals are fucking kick-ass. Their earnings are kick-ass. Their spec growth, and nobody sold those fucking things while we've had a giant down-ass market. So the hedge funds, while we lift the skirt up, as Jedi Marcus will tell you, right? We do. What does he call it? What does Jedi Marcus call it whenever we have a huge down move in the market? Basically, does the emperor have clothes on or not? We rip his dress up. And those two tickers right there stayed long beautifully while we had a downside move. I always on these picks, I have a pinned message in the pro charts and the pro. I think it's in a pro channel. I have a pinned message, and my personal thing about this is number one, they usually have good fundamentals. I like to enter them on a back test. I like all the velocity in the right place. And I don't like options. I feel like if you're spreading your risk around, even David, David trades a what, 15 or 5 second chart or something like that. But he even says that he owns some of the market, some exposure out there. Whether you're trading spreads, stock, futures, if you're looking for tickers, like individual tickers that will do what? Outperform the S&P 500. You're going to be looking at myself or Winky for that exposure in tickers like this. Winky likes to trade things that beat. Winky, a lot of not all the time, but a lot of times Winky likes to find tickers that are included in the S&P 500 that have a bad day so that he can outperform the S&P 500. There's no reason to buy a stock I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something honest. If you can't outperform the S&P 500 by owning the S&P 500, you got no business doing it. So if you're going to buy like Tesla in it, or not Tesla, a good example, like Apple's a good example. If it doesn't outperform the S&P 500 in general, you got no business. Just buy the S&P 500. You'll make 20% a year on average. You're a happy person. If you're trying to outpace the S&P 500, you are looking for spec growth. And you're looking for a ticker that unusually goes down as a part of the S&P 500. So you'll notice that Winky will be watching like Disney, or if, let's say, Meta gets taken to the woodshed, where they shouldn't exactly be taken there, and he'll enter those tickers. There's no reason to do that there's no reason to just buy like Apple as it's going up with the S&P. It's better for you to like look for the one ticker in the S&P that's underperforming the S&P 500, unless they have committed fraud and stuff like that. But these are spec growth tickers. They run like 20, 30, 50, 100% in 1 to 3 months. And there are some rules here. You have stops and you have where you want to make money. Like what's your risk tolerance, where you want to buy in. You add these tickers on a watch list, and if they hit your own risk profile, like I want to buy the daily trigger, I want to buy the hourly trigger, put some exposure there. And I like it because I don't lose until they go to zero, right? That's where the fundamentals come in these companies. And also they're usually being picked up by hedge funds. And they're not usually memes yet. When we trade these tickers, we've been doing it for like 3 to 5 years. No, 3 to 4 years now. I think we're like in year 4 of these. They always become memes. Every time. Or I would say 70 to 80% become memes. I don't know if IoT is now a meme or Serve is now a meme at this point, but they will be if they're not. They will become meme and people will know about them at some point, generally speaking. So we got our high, right? We got our high right here. We got our high, right? We're going to look for a pullback. They're testing now, just so you can see it, right? Got the push. They're testing the 1-minute trigger now. There may be a liquidation break. We want to see how far that liquidation break goes down. This is the initial impulse. You see it? There's the initial impulse up. Whoop. We do not want to see any break. We would prefer to see that the 1 minute holds for a target to the upside into 1 o'clock this afternoon. And the price target is 530 flat. There is a possibility of an extension into 115 of 532. We'll see if there's a second trade right now to the upside. Until 115, it looks like right now they have failed to sell down at 12 o'clock. So we're looking for one more push higher. It's now 12:24. Bulls have about a half an hour left. Sometimes it lasts to 115, 130, roughly in there, but bulls right now staying alive, driving price higher in S&P 500. But if you are looking for another way to express yourself in the market, what I do like about that risk exposure is not like a zero date where if you time it wrong or they liquidation break you and you burn your account, you can always jump in these tickers and at least feel good about what you own. Put a stop loss on the bottom, a target on the high. The one warning, I have more than one warning. Whatever you do, I have a pinned message in Discord about this. Check out their fundamentals. I even have links to where to check them out. The fundamentals of these companies. The one warning that I have for you is you can check in the community and StockTwits. Just do not drink their Kool-Aid, no matter what ticker it is. Don't drink the StockTwit Kool-Aid at all. But you can check in every once in a while, see what they have to say about the stock. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it something that's running and stuff like that? And these are 2 right now here for you for free. They're on public. I try to at least give some shit public all the time. IoT, SERV. Been running like a motherfucker. Both of them are great tickers to trade. Oh, here we go. Flush for daddy, huh? Here comes the Bears. Note 2, the new high is bullish, but whatever pullback there is, or some kind of a flush down here, there's probably another trade to the upside. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back with you guys at 1:15 in the next 45 minutes. Probably back at 1 p.m., see what happens. If you are looking for a trade, you know the setup. We do it every day here. weekly, day in, weekly out. We do these trades. These trades also work in the inverse. If you are a bear and you're like, fuck you, Cap, I'm not a bull, you can flip this chart right over and it's the same thing. Same action happens on the downside. Matter of fact, whenever this happens, I'm usually on stream in the inverse. I'm like, fuck, I'm about to get burned. So we'll see how this plays itself out. All right, right back with you guys.
The US EIA lowers the 2024 WTI price forecast to $80.21 from $82.03 earlier. For next year, the forecast is at $81.21 from $83.88. The Fed bids for 3-year notes totaling $11 billion.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. Prior bid cover was 2.67 with a prior high yield of 4.399%. This is the first Treasury coupon auction of the August to October quarter. This $58 billion 3-year note sale is poised to become the first this year to draw a yield under 4%, testing the investors' appetite to chase the market's steep gains since the July 31st Fed policy statement. So the auction cycle also includes a $42 billion 10-year sale and a $25 billion 30-year new issue on Wednesday as well, and Thursday respectively. So JP Morgan strategist in a research previewing the auction said it faces technical headwind from poor market depth and volatility, but might benefit from cheap valuations after adjusting for rate levels and curve shape. Also noting the latest CFTC positioning data ahead of this 3-year note auction, data shows that speculators were net short a record 1.7 million 5-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand at this 3-year note sale. Shortly expecting the results of the 3-year.
Just a note here that we may not go any higher. Just be going to chime in really quick here. I'm going to turn this off, this financial juice. Just note that there should be some rotation underlying of indexes. One to check out here would be NVDA. They're closing the gap right now. It's important that you see that because you could see like rotation for a moment out of NVDA into a different tech stock. It could squeeze straight up, but let's look at NVDA really quick. So this is SPY, right? Of course, NVDA is a large driver of SPY. Bottom right-hand side of the screen. Just note that you're seeing a little bit of weakness here in SPY, right? Just a little bit. As we come into the 1 o'clock hour, I told you we need a couple things. Let's go to the fucking main screen. We mute that and mute that right there. Sorry about that. Now we could just straight squeeze too, but just beware that it could get bumpy. It's now 1 p.m., right? We're going to get rid of that white line so you're aware of it. Now, I don't know what happens here. I don't know if we squeeze up or reverse or grind or things get volatile. We had till 1 to get up here. We didn't. We can get up there till 1:30. And it's not like NVDA can't squeeze, but we're going to go back to NVDA just as an example. It's not this is going to happen to NVDA either, but just realize that there could be some or a rotation around the market as we approach on individual tickers certain places. One of them, of course, is NVDA. And that's NDX. Hold on. NVDA. Closing the gap right now. There's likely going to be an attempted sell as well, just slightly higher up here, right? See that? Or at least some resistance of some kind. You could see like a pullback on NVDA and then a rotation into a different stock that's not here yet. They also have the daily trigger on the upside up here, so we could also squeeze above. It might just squeeze to, like squeeze above, and then we're up there, and SPY goes up there too. Could be later in the day. I don't know, but just note this stuff as we progress forward in the marketplace. Okay, SPX. Let's take a quick look here. This is SPX Gamma. Let me make sure I got this right too. I'm doing something right now that I shouldn't or should have done this morning, and I fucking forgot because I was on a tear. Trying to make sure you guys were aware of where everyone is in the market, and we're gonna just check check SPOOs for any kind of unknown resistance. Like, where's everybody at in the market? Let's just check here really quick, and I want you to see that. So this is developed. There's 90 million in negative gamma right as we're coming up into SPX here. And SPY is squeezing, or looks like it's going to squeeze. Trigger screen. SPY looks like it's going to squeeze here, right? But there's likely some kind of there's likely a trap here for bulls at some point. Or we could break above that gamma bar or grind into it and touch on SPY. But I just want you to know that there is, without a doubt, at least on SPY it's showing. SPX, just so you can see it really quick again. Bottom right-hand side of your screen, or my screen, excuse me. Just as we plunge up into here, sometimes we'll slice through this stuff too. You want to watch the behavior at home, snap a line at home on SPX at 5300 on an extra screen or an extra computer, whatever you have. And just pay attention to the behavior of SPX as we get there. So, does SPX... There's that. Oh, hold on here. Sorry about that. Does SPX fail before we get there automatically? Does it slam into it and fail? Does it break above and bounce around and consolidate? And one more thing I would tell you here would be this. One more important part about this would be whenever we come into these zones, right, or nodes of gamma, in this case, negative gamma, you likely to break through, not always, but consistently enough, you need more momentum, MOMO, to break above. Either the 1 minute, but this one's 90 million. That's pretty thick. It's not 150 million, 170 million. But as we get up here, you likely would need the help of the half-hour trigger, the 5-minute trigger, the 1-minute trigger to plow us above and through. So we could consolidate, too, to get through. Another note, too, here would be that the SPY itself is up right now 2% on the day. SPY is up 2%. Whenever we hit like 1%, 2%, it's usually like a point, an inflection point, where we could roll down and consolidate. So just right here, if you wanted to take a little bit off, it would be appropriate. If you're out there watching right now, SPY up technically right now 2% exactly, right where we are, 2%. So just be conscious of where we are in the market, have market awareness. Okay. Note that people are going to try to step in to sell on the Volmageddon 2.0. Just be aware of it, okay? And it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 1:06 right now. We could get a squeeze higher. Remember in Volmageddon, what do? Volmageddon, we got a green bar straight up and then an immediate red bar straight down, right? Whoop, catch liquidity, straight back down. Just be conscious of this. I don't want anybody getting torched. I hate when we're in these places and if it resolves, excellent. Everybody's happy, but if it resolves in like a fucking bloodbath, people are like, "Oh my God, I just got long, like right here, Cap." Like I got long, like right there, Cap, and I'm getting torched now. I'm getting blooded down to the hourly trigger, trying to retest it for a move higher. Not the place to be too risky unless you were long, way down here. Okay. What do you got down there, St. Walnut? Thanks, I appreciate that, brother. St. Walnut, thanks for posting that inside the Discord. I appreciate it. I appreciate that, my brother. Good for your soul, right on. Is Palantir still up? I thought Palantir would sell back down this morning. If it's still running, congratulations to you. I'm not necessarily bearish on, I said this last night on Discord, I'm not necessarily bearish on Palantir. I just love deep discounts on it. So I'm always like, yeah, they'll sell the fucking open, and then hopefully we'll get down to like $17. That's because I want to buy it. That's the truth. I like Palantir as a long-term hold, but at lower prices, of course. It reminds me a lot of Tesla. It will likely take years. If they have some issues, they need to become a household name. They have issues because they're so tied into the military, in my view. They need like a handheld or a car or something. I know that some of that shit's in development right now for people, but they're on their way. They remind me a lot of Tesla. They're not Tesla, but they remind me a lot of Tesla. It was funny too. This week, for all my Tesla and Elon talk, I was on Reddit this week, and I was over in our technology in Boeing Starliner. They brought some astronauts up to ISIS, and NASA kind of went dark as they tried to fix some issues with the Starliner. And rather than giving regular updates, they just went dark. They've been up there now, these astronauts, for a long time. And, you know, the mantra on Reddit, of course, is fuck Elon Musk, which I have a lot of that too. Fuck Elon Musk, seriously. Someone said it earlier this week, very well about Elon. I forget his name, but he said this week, it was like a perfect thing. He said, Elon Musk is like the kid that you knew when you were young whose dad owned the rec center. And the kid could go to the rec center anytime he wanted, but it was boring. He wanted people to invite him to go to his dad's rec center. And he had everything, right? But he just wanted you to invite him. So he does like stupid shit to get you to invite him or be a part of him. It's like you being on Twitter. Right? He wants to like interact with you when you not unnaturally. But all the negativity about Elon Musk and all the like, he's this and he's that and he's this and he's that. There's only one rated space company that could go get those astronauts, a U.S. space company. That's Elon Musk. He's the only one. Everyone else is like near orbit. That's it. And Boeing and NASA. Those are the only three. And people are like, well, go to Russia to do it or go to China to do it. And they're like, they're cheaper anyways, but they aren't. They're more expensive than SpaceX to get those people out of there. And it was a really mindfuck moment in that technology post because in the comments, there's like, you're fed so much dogma. And I'm the anti Elon Musk. I'll let you know. I'm anti, but still, I don't drink the Kool-Aid dogma. And people were just like hand-wringing over it. Like there's reality, and then there's, you know, the real shit and dog shit and all that other kind of stuff, and there's still the reality of things. And Tesla's like that too. There's a lot of reality to Tesla. Like you can shit on the Cybertruck all you want, and you can shit on the frame, and you can shit on this and fraud and throw all these things out there, but there are some realities out there that you're not gonna, you're just not gonna. There's moments where you're like, this is real. It's not fraud. Anyways, so Palantir is one of those companies where they could be huge one day. There's one problem with the Palantir where if they're so focused on just defense, their profits will never be like a Tesla, or selling a dream will never be that. They need something like that, where they make one hamburger and just keep making that hamburger again and again and again and again. That's what software companies are like oftentimes with civilians, where you've got Google. Everybody uses it, not just the government. And Palantir needs that. I know that you guys, if you're a Palantir bull, I already know the story that they have it, but I need it to be a household name. I need a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 50-year-old, whether you like Tesla or not, to know who Tesla is, or Apple. Those things are very critical to Palantir becoming that company for you as an investor. Can it be that company? It's on a short list of one of those companies that can be that company for the next generation. And they have some bad stuff too, which is the military stuff. They are a lot like, what's that movie there, Terminator? They do some really bad shit. It's good. In my view, it's good, but I know it's not in everybody's view. It's not good. What Palantir does. There's some real danger to what they do too. There's some existential danger to what they do to humanity. And I don't think they're near that either. I did view the Oversight or Overwatch software that they have, the AI-based software that logistically moves fighting forces and stuff like that. From my own experience, I don't know. We will get there. I just don't know when it is. I think it's farther out in time than you think. Because of the war is a really fucking crazy ass thing. Logistics are crazy too in war. It's like hurry up and wait, and then boom, all of a sudden you're doing something. Then you lose like your containers in the ocean, and you got no fucking. You can't even battle. Like there's just like going here to do this, and then all of a sudden you get reassigned to do something completely fucking different than you went to war for. It's really bizarre. Like military is a really bizarre thing. I don't know if you're all most of you are likely have never had any military experience, but in real battle spaces and stuff, it's so much different. It's hard to do with AI without the human. Right now it is, not in the future. Right now it is, and then there's the dangers once they do complete that stuff of how ugly does it get. We've been doing it in the U.S. for a long time. We're doing it since like probably the early 2000s, AI type stuff, like drones and stuff like that. We've been doing. We're in sixth generation warfare right now, in true sixth generation warfare. But fifth generation warfare we've been fighting for 2 decades, 2.5 decades. Fifth gen fighting. Even if you don't believe that, if you're like, oh, all the drone fighting in Ukraine's first time, that's not true. Been running drones in the U.S. for a long fucking time. Maybe even longer than 25 years, maybe 30 or 40 years. Anyways, there's dangers in politics behind that. They need like a human side of what they do that everybody knows about and likes. Yeah, I think they'll be over 103 years, and I think they'll get. I'm talking more than $100. I'm talking about like the Tesla growth, like multiples like Apple, and multiples like Microsoft and Google. Dude, I saw Jimmy. So I saw a really cool thing last night. Someone made a really cool article or a post on Twitter that was reposted in Reddit, and it was like the news pipeline. And there was a reporter that wrote an article, a well-respected reporter that said, "This is the mantra today, right? AI is a scam, and the bubble will pop, and you'll all be fucked." Right? And some guy on Twitter went back and found these reporters that were reporting in the 2000s, and they wrote those same articles when they were young reporters because it sells. And they were writing articles like Facebook will never turn a profit, Facebook will fucking fail. Now some of these companies do fail, but they don't write these articles because it's real. It's proving that they write these articles because blood sells, right? So if you're reading this stuff about these companies, if you're older, you know this. Like Jimmy knows this, Binky knows this, John H probably knows this. If you're young, if you're under 50 years old, go find somebody over 50 that's been a market participant for many decades, and they'll tell you the same fucking thing. There might be a bubble, but if you can identify, let's say, 10 companies that are likely going to be here cutting edge in a decade or two, you will be owning one of the Apples or Googles or that doesn't fail. And it's okay if some of your picks fail. If you were to like spread that risk around like 10 companies, like a Palantir, or a Lucid or a Rivian, I know. But you get my gist, right? If you spread that risk around on a $2 or $3 stock, $10 stock, and you invest in all of them, it ain't gonna matter which ones burn, because the ones that don't burn, you're gonna be like, holy fuck, I bought 1,000 shares of this company at $20. They're now, after all the splits, each share is worth $20,000-$30,000. I wish I had bought more. I wish I allocated more when I was young. This is directed towards you if you're young out there. If you're like 20 years old, under 30, and you're looking for that next company, spread your risk around. Own a whole bunch of this shit forever. Don't ever sell it. Just accumulate. Make sure you own like 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares, and don't be upset at yourself if it burns. Anyone out there tells you like, oh, look, your shitty ass stock went bad. Let's say Palantir goes bankrupt. Don't fucking care. Don't care at all. You shouldn't. Just make sure you're spread thin so that when you're like 50, 60, 70 years old, you're like, woo, I hit it big on one. That's all you need, one. If you got 3, even better. If you got bought out in M&A, no worries. But if you are looking for that, Palantir is likely one of those companies. Probably in a short list of like 20. Maybe like a 30 to 50% chance is pretty big. In the market, it's pretty big. 30 to 50% chance they're in top 10. They're one of those top 10 companies. But anyways, if you get my point here, Palantir is likely one of those companies. If you want one of them, and Palantir can still go to like $3 and still go to like, $20,000 over the years, over the decades. And it's kind of cool to pick those companies. It's not cool now, right? People shit on you. But in 20 fucking years, it's gonna be fucking cool. That's like Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin's the same thing. I used to trade Bitcoin when it was worthless, like worthless. And one time I had $2,000, I think, $1,500 or $2,000 in Bitcoin when it was worthless. And my wife made me sell it when I first met her, 26 years ago or something. No, not that far long ago. I don't know when it was. Mid 2000s, early 2000s, maybe. I'd be fucking filthy rich today. Filthy fucking rich. And I listen to my god dang wife. So keep your chin up. No one's going to tell you you're awesome today. If you're young, though, you will be fucking awesome in like 20, 30 years. I know you, like, when someone would tell me that when I was young, I didn't listen to them. I was stupid. Super stupid. If there was one life lesson, if you're young, if there's one life lesson to take away, one life lesson to take away from an old person. Seriously. If they tell you to be patient in an investment that you have when you're young, they're the right person to be talking to. Invest what you can when you're young, spread it around, and there's a high chance that you are going to get rich one day. Very high. Like extremely high. If you do like one of those things, buy a house in a shitty city, any of them, Cleveland, Detroit, I don't care where it is, Minneapolis, wherever it is, you find a shitty town where you can buy like a $20,000 house or $50,000 house, buy it. If you can expose yourself to what would be the heir apparent of some kind of new technology like Bitcoin, new technology, not like ETH or, I don't know, Doge or something like that, like something new or something beaten down in the depths of hell. I'm telling you, woof, you can get rich as fuck. Richer than a motherfucker. You spread all that around everywhere, and one day one of those things will hit. Don't listen to your wife, your husband. Don't listen to your parents. They're telling you to like, oh, well, you just had a kid and you're in the shits right now. You should sell it. Take care of your family. Don't do it. Just don't tell anybody. Just keep accumulating it. And years later, that applies to everything. That applies to like metals. It applies to anything that can have the ability to grow. What do you call? I forget what you call that right now, but it's like it's appreciating value. Has the ability to have appreciating value, even if it's currently depreciating. Has the ability to appreciate. Just pack it away somewhere and forget about it. That's all true. Yeah. No, dude. The reason I say that to you is because, the reason I'm even saying that to you about these cities is because when I was a child of the 1970s, or I wasn't a child of the 70s, but I was a child of the 1970s. A lot of America a lot of what you wish you could afford today. When I was a very young child, was no one wanted to be there. We had just started building suburbs around the U.S. It was like a big thing to live in suburbia, like the 50s, 60s, 70s. They abandoned the cities. All of those places, you could go to like Boston, New York, L.A. Well, LA's still kind of shitty, but not really, at least monetarily. But like Santa Monica was a shithole. San Fran, yeah, people say it's still a shithole, but no, not like that. Sleepy beach communities, sleepy ski towns. I can list them like over and over and over and over and over again, where they were left for dead, and people like you saying that at that time said the same thing. At that time, people were like, oh, fuck that, don't invest in those shitholes. They're never coming back. And you'd be shocked, like 20, 30, 40, 50 years later. It's like the boom. If like I would never be shocked to be like, why in the fuck is Middle America now like the place to be and not Santa Monica, California? But you come back in like 50, 60 years and you see Santa Monica as like way overbuilt, slum hole, looks like Shanghai. Yet now like the premier place to be is like, I'm going to give you an example here. I'm going to give you a prime example. So I grew up as a ski bum, and I watched these small rinky-dink shithole ski towns get way overdeveloped all over the U.S. recently I've been looking at a place in northern Michigan. Right now, if you look at Michigan, everyone's going to tell you, go to Traverse City, bro. It's awesome. Go to Grand, whatever it's called. People say you don't ever want to go up to the UP in Michigan. There's a town up there. It starts with an M, I think. I've talked about it on the show. There's a little town up there. Let me look it up right now. I'll tell you one right now. I know one right now. What is it called? Here, I've said it on the town. I've said this place before. It's called hold on here. Name of this fucking town. There's a show up there, Marquette. Place called Marquette, Michigan. Totally unassuming. I bet if you spoke to people from Marquette, they'd tell you no, no, no. Or I know they're bitching there. The inhabitants or people that live there are bitching right now. If you talk to somebody that lives there, I investigate these fucking places and talk to these people. They're like, I just got priced out of Marquette, man. You can't live downtown. The rent's now $1,500. I'm like, $1,500? How about when the rent's fucking $14,000? I'm like, I've lived in these towns, and people are like, well, Marquette's way too far away from people. And I'm like, oh, no, no, no. I already see it. They have a ski town. They have a ski mountain. They got access to water. They got a university. They got college kids. They got everything up. They can tag them. They have a Iditarod up there. They've got concerts all summer long that are free and all kinds of that stupid shit. And I'm like, it might not hit, but it's one of those towns that's on the radar. You can still get like a house there right now for like $150 to $350. A nice house for like $500,000, easy. And those houses in likely 20, 30 years will be millions to go to. In a place like that. Those fucking little roach developers, they go from like place to place to place to place. They're like cockroaches. And whenever they get their hands on these places, they turn them into these disgusting, overdeveloped retreats for very wealthy people. And if you can find them, identify them around the country. I know this is gross to say, and you guys might be anti this in your Main Street hat, but they pay off like a motherfucker in ways you would never believe to happen. It's great up there, but it hasn't been overdeveloped yet. It's way under the radar. For the country, it's way under the radar. Another famous place would be Park City. It's a shithole now. It's a literal shithole. It's like a hellscape of what it once was. But people got filthy fucking rich in Park City. Like filthy fucking rich. Yeah, it's really cool up there. It's really super cool. Really, really super cool up there. I'm interested in investing up there. It's never been really truly developed. So I'm like, ooh. Even if it doesn't pan out, it doesn't matter. It's just one of those places. Liquidity leaving the market right now. Are you going to be there on Thursday for a bike race? I was considering moving there too, just to check it out. Or not moving, but like spending a season there, summer and winter. I looked at a house to rent up there. I was thinking about moving up there and just spending a season, just checking the place out. It's got everything that starts of a boom town for ultra wealthy to go there. Yeah, Northern Michigan University, and that helps. Like having that youth aspect there, even if they leave after college, doesn't matter. It's the only blue stronghold up there too, like the stronghold for like Democrats, like the neighborhood. They bring money. They like nice places. They like it looking good. They have disposable income. They got money. They got money to spend, so. Yeah, they got snow, and they have a ski mountain. It's not it's a ski hill, but still, they got a mountain, and they got a place to ski in town. They have winter sports. They've got snowmobiling. They've got ice skating, ice fishing. They've got. I see guys out there doing kiting in the wintertime in the lake. They got a lot of cool shit. So they have year-round stuff going on there. They have a very short summer, but they pack it. They also have they have that feel, right? Like what I always do right now is I'll see what's going on in Detroit, Traverse City, and then Marquette, and I'm always like, man, I'd rather be doing that in Marquette right now. Of all three places, I'm like, I'd rather be up there in Marquette doing that. No matter what it is, blues festival, art festival, folk festival, doesn't really matter. Mountain bike, they got great mountain bike trails there too. They have a mountain bike trail system through the entire town. Through the entire town, they got single track, which is super fucking cool. So they got cool shit, and they got Lake Superior. I don't know if you guys know about Lake Superior, but it ain't to be fucked with. You can go sailing up there. You can go to Isle Royale National Park up there. You can get to Duluth. You can get to Minnesota. People are like, why don't you just go to Minnesota? I'm like, it's already developed. I'm looking for a place that's undeveloped. Where some stupid fucking, rich motherfucker wants to buy my shit. Oh, you need 100 acres? You want to build your fucking 10th place, huh? I just happen to own it. I've kept it in the family for 3 generations. How much did I buy it for? That doesn't matter to you. It's now $40 million. I love you too, Luca. I love you too, brother. Fucking. Anyways, that's why I moved to Detroit. Moved to Detroit for the same reason. Detroit reminded me of like Boston was like that. Boston was a fucking shithole. My dad owned triple deckers in Boston. They were in Jamaica Plain. I don't know if you know what. I don't know if you know Jamaica Plain, but you can't buy there anymore. You got to be filthy rich to buy there. Thank you. My oldest daughter. It's like raining here, and so there's not much for the kids to do. So my oldest made baked cookies. She's like, "Daddy, you want some baked cookies?" I'm like, "Of course I do. Of course I want some fucking baked cookies." I'm like Santa Claus over here. You're gonna get me fat. What up, Luca? What do you guys think? Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think we roll down for that next leg down up here? Maybe not. It doesn't have to be exactly right here, but do you think even if we squeeze up here to the daily, like daily triggers right here, it's pretty fucking close. 544, we're trading 530. Do you think we trade the other 140 points? Do you think we auto sell the daily? Do you think we auto sell right here? Do you think we squeeze up the next 140 points or no? 14, what is it? 14 points on 14 points on SPY. You can get the legs to get up there. Let's look at this really quick. Sorry, I'm eating on stream right now. I can't resist. They're hot and chewy. Let's take a look and see. Let's see what we can see here. Hang tight. See if we can divine anything. Let's go over to the trigger full screen. Just take a breather and just relax a little bit. Let's take a peek. You already know that without a doubt, there's going to be, even if we go higher, you know there's going to be some resistance there. little bit there, tiny bit there, tiny bit there. Here's a big one right here, right? It's like the first signpost is right here. Like first stop sign, second stop sign, third stop sign, right? So you're going to expect, we're on a 1 minute chart right now. You're going to expect some kind of, if you're a seller, you're like looking at this place, and this place, right? If I was a seller, that's what I would be looking at. And that daily trigger will likely come down here, right? By tomorrow, next day, to this next point of interest. Pretty basic stuff, easy to see. The hourly trigger is curling up. So that's positive. So let's just make a little small thesis here. We come up, probably to get by this stuff over here. Hold on a second here. I'll make this thicker so you can see it. Let's look at a few things. On a 30-minute basis, or on a daily basis, we're improving. Still not bullish yet. But this is on an hourly basis, not a half an hour. We'll likely burn through the half an hour and 15-minute, but the hourly looks somewhat bullish. Not crazy bullish. See how here it's not crazy bullish, but somewhat. So if we know we have some kind of a yield sign in here on a higher frame, there should be some sort of an expectation of a sell signal up here at some point. And we're going to look for the hourly trigger to help get us over, right? Whoop, right there. Make sense? So if you're a bull, as we approach here, you're going to be looking for a rebuy lower, right? It's not strong or anything, but you are looking for some kind of a rebuy in safety down here. And also, like a CaptainJimJames used call lot down here, right? Even if we stretch down, right? Stretch price down here, wham. This is kind of like the bull thesis lies right here, doesn't it? You also can be set if we retest the lows down here. This is the entire bull thesis, isn't it? So any moves higher, we could posit are only valid if we do not break a new low here, right? You could posit that the bull thesis to the upside is predicated upon not breaking 507.92. So valid above, right? Make sense? This doesn't account for your 1 minute chart. I get asked by people all the time. They're like, oh, what about that move right there, Cap? You didn't account for that right there. And then like down here, like, oh, you didn't account for that little tip down there, Cap. No one can do that. Sometimes I get it to the pin. Sometimes I don't. But just be aware. What's important about this is you're starting down here. This is where you're making your money. You leave this to the fools every time. Your trade's in here. Your stops are down here. And if you're a smart trader, as we squeeze up in here, you're collecting your winnings and you're looking for a pullback. Even if you didn't get all that money, you're in safety down here. The next move higher with stops below, right? Same shit, right? Every day. Same shit every day. Even if it breaks, this is where you take risk, right? Or even down here. Daily trigger's improving, but probably your next spot, somewhere in here, right? Okay, so we get the help, we break above, we consolidate. Oops, they've dropped you down really quick. Probably not even there, is it? Probably somewhere in here, right? Maybe it's slightly lower, like right there. Make sense? That's likely over there, right? We also know something else here, don't we? We also know they're going to try to sell you here, trap your ass in. We also know they're going to try to come here, trap your ass in to the downside, right? We also know they're going to try to come here and try to trap your ass in. Bam, bam, bam. This is more likely, isn't it? You think we're going all the way up. They fail here. Somewhere in here is like where they get you usually. You can kind of draw a line in here too, can't you? It's all traditional charting stuff. Currently, right now, the hourly trigger looks like we'll get to at least up in here, somewhere in this vicinity. Begin to break down. You've got the hourly trigger as well. That might fail at some point, right? That's swooping up right here. We know the hourly trigger will likely get a little long in the tooth, right? So maybe that one is down here. Make sense? Bam, bam, bam. Bull thesis is up here. Validation down there. We can stretch all the way down there, but we're not paying attention. We're not there yet, are we? We're not there yet. We also want to be looking for legs, don't we? 1, right? 2, 3. Maybe that's that 2. Or that 3 is a pullback. Sometimes it's actually the second one. Usually get it down here, not there. It's usually like down here. Maybe something like that, maybe better. Okay. Now, the daily trigger is not good right now. And I would expect at least an auto sell on that, even for a moment. Even if we're squeezing. So we'll now write that up. We'll write this up here just like this. Note that there can be stretching down. You want to be able to hold this. And your fallback is down here. We're still not out of the clear yet, though, are we? We need to be above. We need to like pull down and then up here. And then we need to get that hourly trigger up here. Right? And then you're like kind of in the clear up there. So where you can actually put risk on up here. But still not quite there yet. You can put limited risk on in here. I would be putting limited risk down in these spots over here, though. Taking longs like down here, down here. This is where your attack is, down here, down here, down here. What else can we take away right now? Let's look on a 1 hour basis. Real buyers right here, see it? Real buyers right here. So right there, right there, right there. 4 hour basis. Let's see what we can see here. Where are the real buyers at right now? Do you know? Where are they at right now? Here and here. That's your real fallback right here, isn't it? So we could easily get a stretch down here at some point, right? We could easily see 520 again. Easily. On a daily basis, let's take a look at it. Let's get rid of all this. And what do we got? We got the drop right here, right? Get the Buy zone down here, kind of getting in that boxed in, right? Kind of getting a little long in the tooth. That's 532.89 right there. And we got another zone up here, don't we? We're not in that zone yet, are we? I'd really like to be up here to trade that zone. There's a gap to fill up here, too. Well, that got filled back here. That gap right there, and there's this gap right here. It's 1:45 in the afternoon. Let's see what we can see here. $5.30 is a nice little number. We always like zeros, right? We want to find out if we get above the 530 or not, or if we reject the 530. We can get up there. Right, I want to see if we get above. Shouldn't be risk on here, by the way, or wrapping up your longs. Start wrapping up your longs here. And you want to start watching behavior here. Like, do we reject this, blood it? Do we squeeze above it and hold it? Come back down for the half an hour cross, bam, bam. But we get above it. That's a bullish indication that we're going higher if we get above this 530. That opens the door to like 535, 540. We're not there yet, are we? So it's a time for you to pay attention to what the behavior is up here. By the way, Hungry Hunter 92. You just joined the Discord. You have a white name in our Discord. You just want to make sure you sign off. Either you'll see one channel that's support. Go in there and open a ticket. You have to sign for the rules, and you'll be able to see the entire Discord at that point. So if you're watching the stream right now, and if your name is Hungry Hunter 92, you want to go to the support channel and create a help ticket, and we'll get you squared away. At this point where we are right now, we also have a cross coming up of the half an hour trigger on the hourly trigger. See it right there? We have a real tendency here to go back and, like dogs sniff each other's asses. Are you okay? We have a real high probability of checking those crosses to make sure that we're actually going up. Then let's take a look around the market together. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we're going to go look at SPX first. We have some resistance here, 90 million, right? You can see it, 90 million bar. We also have some gamma coming down above, don't we, on SPX? IWM about to squeeze up and to fill their gap. Right, so maybe we come up here and come back and check the cross as well and possibly a move higher. NQ, let's take a look at NQ. NQ coming up to trade a natural resistance point at R1. Also has the weekly trigger above at 18,600. NQ up here. You have the cross. Notice the check of the cross down below there. You see it? So maybe we break up higher here. A little bit extra support. Bam, bam. Right there. Or even if we get up here, something like that. Come back. We might need the support to get above it on NQ. DIA breaking out to close a gap on the upside. A little bit of a natural resistance here at 393.31. Let's, I don't know if we move that one down. Let me move this one down. Move this one right here. You think you're going to close the gap, but you're not. You have an hourly trigger or a half an hour trigger crossing. So maybe you get like, you break higher here, back down to the cross, and then bam, you're attacking to close the gap right there. DIA. VIX 9-day. It's an important one right here. There is a gap closure on VIX 9-day. There's two gaps on VIX 9-day, isn't there? Let me just delete all this. Start fresh with VIX 9-day. This might be easier to see. We have a gap closure. We'll come back and do all this. We got a little bit of a gap here, right? And then we have another gap down below we got to clean up. Not necessarily, but you'd want to see it close right there. Right, squeeze all the way up, come all the way back down, close the gap. You might be teased, so, oh yeah, we're going to close the gap, Captain. We're definitely going to squeeze Cappy, right? And in reality, they just trick you, right? Get tricked. We never close gaps right away. Maybe we just draw this in like this. There's a gap right here. There's another gap right here. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Oopsie. And let's turn on the triggers to see what we can see that we can't see. And look at this. You've got the daily trigger crossing up through the monthly, right? That's a big move. This is going to be checked. That daily trigger is getting bullish. You also have a cross coming down of the 30 minutes and the half an hour. That'll get checked. We draw these shit in before it even happens, don't we? And we get them wrong sometimes, but you get the cross up here, you check, and then down there, right, to close that gap on the cross. And we have a little bit more room to go up on the upside. Check the cross, and then bam to the downside for a higher move. So we'll keep our eyes on this. Let me check this on a Velo really quick. This looks like shit now in a 30-minute, but we're bearish on VIX. Even though we're bearish on VIX, if we get that cross, we likely test it to go down. We got the gap. We got the other gap. Draw this in better because it looks like shit. Bam. Close that one down right there. This is the one that's scary right here. $40. That's Wednesday right there. HYG looking bullish. Potentially get a squeeze and spoos really quick to the upside. That's 530, 532. So we'll predict that SPY is going to squeeze. SPY expectations, we trade 530, possibly 532. We have some bigger squeezes here as well to the upside. We got 1, 2, and 3 to go higher before they sell us down. So a little bulled up here on SPX and SPY. Let's go back to the main screen. This is accounting for that squeeze, accounting for the next squeeze to the next level, and then the third level possibly, bam, bam, no matter what these downs are. Right up there. Right? Bam down, bam down, bam down. Maybe cut you off there. Probably the daily trigger, isn't it? TNX acting kind of cool right now. Tesla trying to squeeze up. That would also look good for the daily trigger on SPOOs. ES right now. Whole bunch of gappage to close here, isn't it? Maybe backtest ES. You got your first high there, so you got 1, 2, 3 right there. 1, 2. Break above to your daily trigger right there. Bam, bam. Disney fighting its way back. I didn't get my $70 fucking dollars. Fuck you, Disney. I've been wanting $72 in Disney for like 2 years or a year maybe. Fuck you to Disney. TLT rolling down. I was talked about TLT in the Discord this morning. What I said in TLT was almost ready for a new buy, but they might do the halfback trade. There's a lot going on here with TLT. There can be a kick-ass TLT trade to the upside. The real fear here is like Tesla. You think you're going to go higher right away. But what it does is it does the halfback trade, catches the daily trigger, and begins to squeeze. But I want to warn you of something on TLT. Like every other ticker out there, especially when this volatility happens in here with these major crosses, TLT has been in what? A bear market, hasn't it? It's underneath the monthly trigger, isn't it? I have friends, like longtime friends on Twitter that are bond traders, like 30-year duration or 30-year long-term bonds. They got destroyed. I mean, like entire history. Like lose your house shit. Like longtime bond traders. I have one friend in particular that lost his ass over here, but then right here, crying, grown man crying. Right in here, meltdown. Like this destroyed him. Had a whole career of a great trader, and then had to suffer through all of this sideways action. TLT is ready to break out to the upside in a meaningful way for a long period of time. If there's one ticker in this fucking market that I love right now, I've said this before, it's TLT. Now, the one word of warning I'm going to give to you here is it's going to get violent and it's going to get fucking volatile. So what I would say to you would be on TLT, it would not shock me as this happens that we could even trade lower. We could trade $80, not guaranteed. But it wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't even blink. The halfback trade is $95. Set yourself some alerts. Like you buy 95. You don't go all tits in on this. But look for $90. And so like this is the kind of a trade where you leg into it. You save some ammo. 95, 86, 80. You just load the fuck up. You know, David MS says things too, like the body tells the story, but the wick is the destruction. I don't give a fuck if there's a wick down here. I just want to get greedy in here. And you can have some exposure up in here. But if it comes down here and you see the market whining and bitching and crying, or people out there like, oh, no, my hair's on fire. You shouldn't be that person. You should be, woo, I got to steal. This is the kind of trade this is like owning Apple on a low or some shit. This is like, it's gangster. And the one thing that I'll tell you about this, you might be saying, Cap, there's no way we're trading $80, but I'll tell you what. That monthly trigger is still vertical. That monthly trigger could take months to turn. Whoop. That's months right there. So to say we ain't coming down here ever again, probably a lie. Now, if we do break above, and I'm wrong, it's like anything else. You're looking for prior highs to beat, daily trigger crosses, weekly trigger crosses. Expect volatility. But if price maintains above with new highs, daily, weekly above it, you can start to get really aggressively long in TLT. I just don't know if we're there exactly today. The weekly trigger's got a couple more weeks to go. Daily trigger's right now, next week or next few weeks. But there is a very bullish trade here to the upside. About $80 is your fuck you, we can't do this. No, this trade ain't going to fly, but right around $80. Start setting some alerts on TLT. If you haven't taken this trade at all yet, it's fucking beautiful. Either own it, sell puts on it, nice long fucking calls on it, way out in time. It's a gorgeous turning up trade. Absolutely stunning. Google, I got much to say about that. XLF, what did I say to you this morning? Now you still have a threat to the downside, but I told you about services this morning. It looks beautiful right now. You could get run back down here. The only thing is you got to hold 4150 or so. You hold 4150, that ISM shit prints out for you. Remember they said they were net sellers, right? They're fucking liars. They were just telling you that so they could buy the lowdown here. At least that's what it looks like. Even if they exit, they were buying this morning. They were telling you on public, "Oh, we net sold XLF." Nah, they put some skin on. Has to hold $40 though. QQQ, same thing, right? Weekly trigger right there. Trying to recover. You know you're going to need the hourly to get above that, right? I'll tell you right now. You ain't breaking above this without the hourly and the half an hour. I don't think so. It could happen. It's like a 20% chance, 10% chance. There's a 10% chance you're going to get above and keep running. You might poke your head above it. But you're definitely going to want that hourly, that half hour and hourly Momo to get up there. And don't get caught in a trap and roll to the downside. We'll be up here doing this shit, and then bam, fuck you. New lows. Very dangerous in here. You want to see a new high and then get long. Very dangerous in here. That shit will send you back to work. The drop we had won't send you back to work. If we get that next leg down, I guarantee that'll send you back to work unless you're small exposure. But you go full tits bull. You go regarded bull. They will send you to the depths of hell. They will flush your ass out just to send it back up. They will send you packing. They will flush you out of the market, burn you down the street, tar and feather you, and you will go back to work. So be very careful. Even if it's continuing higher. I'll be crying on my stream. I don't want you crying on my stream. I want to be a happy bull. NVDA likely needs the same thing, same treatment. Break above to imply bullishness, even if we break down to the downside, and then you get your tag higher. NDX telling a different story that's going to rip through this stuff up here. Be careful on NDX. NDX specifically, be careful. NDX is a bigger chart, but it's something weird like this. Be very careful, specifically in NDX. It would not shock me to see it even like blood straight down. No, maybe not that far down, but would not be shocked to see a back test of 1750 or 1700, 17500. GME, high volatility environment, loves to shine in those environments, doesn't it? Remember when I got asked on stream about this? Near perfect trade. Price target 2265. $28 if you're lucky. Maybe even higher. Could go even higher. It's that big swoop going up. GME, man, looks fucking dope. Don't fuck with that weekly trigger. That weekly trigger will fuck you up. Think the daily trigger will fuck you up? That weekly trigger on GME will fucking wreck your day as a bear. It'll make you cry, uncle. That weekly trigger breaks above that monthly trigger. Ain't gonna fuck around. That's called an emotional trigger. I don't know if you know that. But like with the weekly trigger is an emotional trigger. It's tied to emotion. You guys trade like the daily trigger and the hourly trigger. I'll share something with you guys. So when you're normally trading, up or down, bear or bull, if we're bearish or bullish, it doesn't matter. You guys like tee off on the hourly trigger. You tee off every once in a while on the daily trigger. Bull or bear, you're like, woo, got to pull back to the half an hour. We're going to send it back down again. Woo, got to pull back to the hourly. Bam, let's do it again. Week later, going to rip higher to the daily trigger. Let's send it down to the depths of hell. We're there right now in SPY. There's a bear out there, a seller going, I am going to fuck these bulls up on any return to that daily trigger. I'm telling you, there's a bear out there right now that trades with this that's like, I double dog dare you to go to the daily trigger. I'm going to fucking send you to the depths of hell. That's what they're telling themselves. Now the weekly trigger, that's called an emotional trigger. No one expects to break below the weekly trigger. No one expects the weekly price to come back and get above the weekly trigger. They're looking for a bear market below the monthly trigger. Bulls are looking for a bull market confirmation of a bull market, right? So whenever you see like price interact with the monthly trigger, you as a trader are thinking, we're in a bull market, we're in a bear market, we're going to enter a bear market, we're going to enter a bull market. But the weekly trigger, no one expects that to break. No one expects that to come up from the depths of hell. It's very emotional. And whenever that trigger is fucking around with shit, be careful. That thing will fuck your whole day up. That's where people cry. As a matter of fact, we almost traded the weekly trigger on SPY, didn't we? We came down into it. What did you see all over the market? Pain. You're not going to see pain if we trade the monthly. Now that we've come down to the weekly, only that trip to it, up or down, do you see emotion. You see it on FinTwit, see it on CNBC, see it here in our chats. Everyone gets emotional. Everyone. Bears, killing everybody. Right? Bulls, oh my God, I'm dying over here. Right? All that kind of stuff. So think about like that. Think about like the interaction with the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, how bulls and bears love it. They fucking love it. Every time we get into that weekly trigger, it gets fucky. And whenever that weekly trigger starts moving, like it's fucking moving and price is near it, people get fucking wrecked. And I mean wrecked. And like GME specifically right now, Even if we're like bleeding down into it quickly, even if we're gonna once that weekly crosses that monthly, even if GME violently goes down to test the cross of the weekly and the monthly, it's likely going to resolve to the upside and fucking take a bear to the cleaners. Like cleaners. You will see a hedge fund blow up and go bankrupt. That kind of emotion. So I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. I posted about it on Twitter like 2 weeks ago. I was like, not yet, GME gang. You're almost there. Not yet. But when it happens, it's going to be a fucking wild-ass ride. And I guarantee you, there's some schlub out there that owns a hedge fund. I'm serious. That's like, fuck those people. He's wrong. You're going to see an article about one hedge fund. I don't know how big they are, but they're going to get fucking destroyed. And I can't wait for the article about it. And whoever that motherfucker is out there right now, if you know him, you let him know that I'm telling him right now that his shit is going to go up in flames. You know, it's fun every time it happens because momentum is not to be fucked with, especially on the weekly. Do not fuck with weekly momentum, especially when it's interacting with price and like monthly triggers and shit like that. You will get steamrolled and your ego will get stomped to the curb on the side of the street. And I can't wait for it to happen. I literally cannot wait. Every time it happens, they get fucking annihilated. And one, two, three hedge funds comes out and they get fucking hammered. And I can't wait. War. Will war bring us all down? What kind of war? I just read your post. I don't read the chat a lot, but someone just said, will war bring us down? What do you want to know about war? River Braid said, war. What do you mean by war? Are you guys drinking the Kool-Aid out there? On news. News is tough to read. I personally don't like, I read the news to you guys. What you should be paying more attention to is where are we when the news breaks in price. And you should be listening to the things that I post to you in the Discord that are from like traders and shit. Like, what's the bank saying? What's the pro desk saying? What are these guys saying? What are those guys saying? And it's normally in advance of what's going to happen. And depending on price, it'll matter. Most of the time, it'll matter. Is it bad for the market? It'll depend where the market is if war breaks out. It'll depend where the market is. War with who, though, too? Or you mean like us with who? War with us with who? China? Yes, it would matter. Russia? Yes, it would matter. Direct intervention with those two countries with us? Fucking right it would. You mean war between Israel and Lebanon, maybe? Or Iran? No. They're not an expeditionary force, Iran. Do I think we get some volatility intraday? Possibly. But I don't think that happens. My assumption here is that the U.S. is speaking to Iran right now. My true assumption here is just like before, the U.S. is, if I was the U.S., I would be speaking to Iran and I would say to them, do something symbolic. We'll have a little bit of volatility from it, and we're going to stop you from doing anything to really fuck shit up. And maybe Iran says, nope, this is it, last time. The U.S. is going to say, we will annihilate you. Israel will annihilate. That's the truth. They would annihilate. Iran would be wiped off the map, either by EMP or rocket. It doesn't matter. I don't think most people understand, in truth, the power and might of the United States of America militarily. The scale of it. In a country like Iran, you got to understand, like that, like Iraq had the fourth largest army in the fucking world at the time. We ran over them in 3 days. Now, logistically, it took us a few months to get there, but once we got there, it was over. And we could have reached out and touched them sooner if we wanted to. So I think a lot goes on in the background politically that we don't see. Or at least from my experience, that's how things go down. Now, Hamas and what happened with Israel escalated, right? And that's a different situation than Iran specifically. Oh, Middle East? Okay, I gotcha. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that it doesn't escalate to that point. I pray that it doesn't escalate to that point. I hope that there's negotiations going on behind closed doors. They do a symbolic attack where no one gets really hurt. It's tough. Can it happen? Yes. Of course, there's always a possibility of that happening, or maybe a wider ranged war. Israel's not an expeditionary force, though, either. It's hard to believe that that's real, in my view. Neither country is expeditionary. There's very few countries that can sustain a war like that today. They could before, but not today. Dem Party is friends with Iran. No, not at all. Be careful with the Kool-Aid you guys drink out there, man. You guys are crazy with that shit. You guys are absolutely bizarre. You guys watch too much of. I'm gonna tell you guys something here. I shouldn't say this, but like, be careful. Like when you watch, like, I watch these guys on, like, I watch like the Navy SEALs and shit, and like the all the guys that have like YouTube channels and shit. Like, I'm next this and I'm next that. It's not the military. And I gotta tell you something else. No matter how smart those guys are, most of those fucking guys were high school dropouts or barely got out of high school. Not all of them, but a fair percentage of them. That's not our military. It's not our leadership either. And Biden, to me, is like a Republican. Motherfucker's like I'm a Democrat. Biden's not a Democrat to me. They're all same wolves in sheep clothing. And most of our government doesn't run like that. That shit's all for you to consume. All this shit is like, it's meant for you as a civilian to like drink the Kool-Aid, go show up to Coliseum, rip each other's hair out. These fucking guys fuck, suck, smoke crack, fucking shoot heroin. I used to live in Vail. I used to party with these guys. These guys do what the fuck they want. They do anything they want. Now, you might not, but it's not the real world isn't like that. What you guys think it is, or what a lot of you are fed that it is. It's not like that in real life. That shit's all fake, and it's all fake. It's bullshit. Then you like fed stuff on YouTube about like, this is this and that's that. Like, I was watching these preppers and stuff on YouTube, and I was like most of these guys, like when you're in the Army, right? You're like 18 years old. You're training at a clip that is unsustainable. You're sleeping maybe 2-3 hours a night. You're at a high tempo, day in, day out, week in, week out. They train you for that when you go to war too. Take you in for like 90 days and get you up to speed, right? Before you get deployed. They like take you out of a box, turn you into a fucking murdering, killing monster. Not a civilian, not a veteran. These are young kids brainwashed to kill. And like, you got these goofballs running around saying they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that. Like, if you're gonna create a civil war in this country, right? You're like the insurgent in Iraq or the insurgent in Afghanistan. We will fucking kill all of you en masse, hundreds of thousands of you. You have no support. You have no medevacs. You have no palliative care for you. You've got no food lines. You got no logistics. You got nothing. It's not like it's like a fantasy land. If you get hurt, if you stub your toe, cut your foot open. You're not going to the local hospital to get palliative care. You're not getting resupplied. Like, it's so bizarre. The logistics, all the planning, all the Overwatch, the surveillance, like, it's just insanity. They turn off like Amazon and turn off McDonald's and turn off Walmart. Look at COVID. You fucking stayed home and ate bonbons and you hoarded toilet paper. You like panicked. America panicked. You didn't do shit. It ain't like that. Real war is not like that. Like, it's just not like that in any way, shape, or form. It's great to watch and consume. I understand that it like feeds your soul and shit. You're like, yeah. Yeah, I'm be doing this, I'm be doing that. Red Dawn, baby. Woo! Like, that shit's not real. And if it is real for you, if it ever becomes real for you as an American, and why would you even be thinking that as an American? Imagine that. You're an American and you're thinking that. It's so bizarre. It's bizarre as fuck. You know? It's okay to like consume it and like fantasize and stuff, but think that it's real, it isn't. You watch like the Civil War movie, that's not real either. It's not. It doesn't go like that. It's not how. It's not reality. It's never been like that. There was a time when it could be like that, like even our Civil War, but everybody had a musket. You don't have what they have, what the government has. You don't. It's not the same playing field. It's completely fucking different. It's like it's not the same time period. There's no comparison to that anymore. There really isn't. So like war, Civil War, all this other stupid shit, and like Middle East is going to do this to us. That's not real. You know, it's weird. I was watching an old audio clip from the it was like 60s or something or 70s, or old radio clip, and it was like late night radio. And they were saying they had this like talk show on the late night talk show for like, it was like, what's the one that, Coast to Coast? But it was really old. It was like from the 1960s or 70s for people driving across the country. And they had the same fucking conspiracy theories then. They had the same like shit. Not exactly the same, but similar. And the problem is that we're not 300 years old as people, humans, right? So we don't have that experience. So like forget or don't know, or we're not old enough to remember that stuff. There is some history of saving that history, but it's not real. Generally speaking, it's not. It's not real. It's not based in reality. And you wouldn't want it to be reality. If it was ever reality, it'd be sketchy as fuck. I was thinking about the other day, I was like, you know, we dropped 2 atomic weapons on Tokyo, Japan, right? Not Tokyo, excuse me, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? There were no roving bands of, it wasn't like, it's not like Japan turned into Road Warrior. We firebombed Germany. Wasn't like Road Warrior. We had what? We had a Stalingrad in Russia, right? They fucking starved and ate each other because it was so horrible what was happening to them when Germany invaded, right? We have all these thoughts or grandiose fantasies we live out in our brains. That's fine. But you have to step back into reality and be like, it's probably not going to be like that. If you look at the people that when we occupied both Iraq and Afghanistan, you are likely the person that is that insurgent. And they lost in the civilian death toll, and the insurgent death toll is in the hundreds of thousands and millions. You don't want to be on that side of things. It's very violent, very vicious, horrific, like straight horrific. The sights, the smells, the things that you see take place. That's all I got to say on that. I'm going to stop talking about it. But it's okay to consume it. Just be careful with like the Kool-Aid drinking shit. Like, Dems want this, and the Republicans want that. It's like Fantasyland. Yeah, dude, Michael Savage was awesome. These guys were pre that. These guys were from the 60s. Like, I knew about the 80s and 90s and shit when that was going on, but then there was like a whole other generation, like truck drivers that drove across the U.S., and they had their whole shit that they were running. Like their whole entire, like, whole system of conspiracy theories. They talked about how when they first formed, like, the UN and shit, NATO, and this is like just post-1940s and 50s, and they had all kinds of fucked up conspiracies of what was going to happen. New World Order was going to happen then. And imagine that. They were talking about that stuff in the 50s and 60s. And nothing has happened since then. So imagine going through life from the 1950s until 2024, 74 fucking years, in relative safety. It's okay. It's okay for you to be like, hey, I'm prepping, or I'm doing this, or I'm training for that. It keeps you busy. It's a good hobby. It's not a bad thing to do. There's a reason to prep, keep water, keep food, that kind of stuff, normal shit like that. But to think that that's the reality, fuck no. And it has never been the reality, even when we had a civil war. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. So you don't have people running around today with their own fucking missiles and laser beams in the sky. Turn your fucking cell phone off. Like, to turn your fucking cell phone off, like, turn off Walmart, turn off Amazon. You'd be sucking your thumb in a corner. You think your house is insulated? You run a house with no heat and just wood heat in the wintertime. You get a cold snap that comes through that neighborhood you're in. You're going to freeze your fucking dick off. They don't plow the roads for you in the wintertime wherever you live. I'm serious. Like all those, like your services go away. Like as an American, you're soft as fuck. And then you're talking about going against some 18-year-old boy that they've brainwashed. And he's eating fucking this, like when you're a kid, it's amazing. When you're in the army, it's like, it's so fucked up. It's such a bizarre thing. Sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick either. Because I like that shit. I'm not going to tell you that I don't, but I know the reality of it too. And you got to like separate the two. So separate the two things in life. Yeah. Drinking rippets and fucking drinking fucking rippets and fucking a fucking roll of fucking skull. You want to fucking you want a 10? $50. I'm gonna pop in a dip right now. It's really bizarre. It's a whole different world. It really is. You don't want to be an insurgent. It's like one of the worst things you can ever be in life. Not that they're bad people, just you don't want to have to become that. It's a terrible. You will likely die. If you're an insurgent in today's day and age, you have a life of death ahead of you, and likely pain and destruction. They come and find your family. They get you. I don't even want to talk about this. It's terrible to even talk about. They find you, right? They're going to interrogate you. They're going to go to your fucking family, and they're going to rout your family. Like I don't even like talking about this stuff. Like the fantasy that you think you want to live, and then you hear about that. Let's say you live in a town, and you find out that the U.S. military or the state police or your local government came and grabbed you and your family, or your buddy's family, and they took your whole buddy's family. They caught his ass. You're going to think twice about that, about your wife, your children, your grandchildren, because they're going to grab them all. They want to know. It's like so fucked up. It's like, don't think about that stuff. You just don't want to be a part of that. You want to be on the good side with the good guys. Trust me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mr. Talking Monkey. Can you imagine that? I'm going to go do the Civil War thing. Come fucking round up my whole entire family. I would be fucking appalled. I never thought of that. The guy on YouTube that told me, the guy on YouTube that was a SEAL that told me they were going to fight back never told me about this part of it. Of course not. They're trying to sell seats. They want you to watch. They want you to listen. They want you to sit down. They want to run ads on you so they can make money so they can go party. I can't blame him either. I would. If I was fucking SEAL, I'd be telling you all kinds of war stories. He'd be loving it. Let's even get the tick higher here above 530. Let's try and get the 532.50. I don't know if we can get up there, but let's look at it. It's really sad, though, man, in real life. Like the depravity of that shit. It's like, Then you have nightmares forever. Your family tree could be ruined forever. You're talking about mental health issues for anyone that's alive that you know for the rest of their lives to the day they die. There's like so many complications to that. So fucking shit of nightmare. It's nightmare fuel. Like pure nightmare fuel. Well, it's 234 right now. Are they letting the Robin Hooders trade right now? They must be on. The Robin Hooders must be on like, fuck you, I'm trading. We're taking it to the poll. There's 3 p.m. Do it like that right there. How's that look for you? There you go, Henry. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, Henry. Yeah, they don't even get MREs. They don't get, there's no, there's no rare, I'm going to go get a hot meal. Like, that's some Daniel Boone shit that you read in a book when you were a kid. I'm going to get taken in by the neighbor. Fucking neighbor's going to lock his fucking door and be like, get the fuck away from me. It'll take like a month for that to happen. It'll be like that quick. I'm a freedom fighter fighting for America. I'm locking their fucking door. The fucking military's going to show up, kick the door in, and interrogate them. Nobody's going to give a fuck that you're a YouTuber. Oh, Ulsterman. It's okay to fantasize about it too. I got no problems with you fantasizing about it. Just when you drink the Kool-Aid and that shit's real, it's not. You can have crazy people do crazy shit though, but to think that like that organized uprising is gonna happen, that ain't happening. That shit ain't happening. I'll tell you what, I can put a fucking foot right up your ass. Oh yeah, MREs are fine. MREs, no. MREs are fine when you're in the field. The moment you're coming out of the field, you start starving yourself in anticipation of getting out of the field. I know. You literally start starving yourself and go, fuck that, I ain't eating that shit anymore. I'll starve, fuck you. Yeah, Mad Max in a Cybertruck. I think our grandparents would roll over in their graves, like literally. Our grandparents are all dead, right? It wouldn't even be rolling over their grave on what was perceived as Democrats. Would be rolling over the grave on the idea of a civil war. They would. So 530, if we can break above possibly 532.50. Let's check SPX. SPX right now coming into the hourly trigger. Currently. IWM trying to get higher to at least close the gap. NQ deciding what the fuck it wants to do. DIA ripping right now. Forget the pullback. DIA wants to fucking bust a nut and just go straight north. Woof. DIA's like, fuck you. By the way, Winky Face said that I think Friday or Monday should be a giant. Of all the indexes, it should outperform everything into the end of August. Now, don't hold them to that. and be like, "Oh, we had the Volmageddon, so Winky was wrong." But it ain't turning around. DIA is like, I didn't hear no bell. HYG is looking bullish as fuck right now. Tesla looks like it wants to do a skyhook. ES is like, fuck you, we're not pulling back, we're just going up here. Disney's looking all bulled up too. TLT not participating. Not much going on with yields right now in bonds. XLF wants to fuck to the upside too. Q's looking to smash. Q's is like, I just show me the weekly trigger, bro. Show me the emotion. NVDA wants to fuck around and find out. NDX saying the same thing. Dixie's just hanging around. Hang tight here. Oh, she just hung up on. Did a Gallup poll called me? She hung up on me. Maybe she didn't think that I was. Maybe I didn't say anything to her. I got called. I'm an old man now. I'm officially an old man. All right, fine. Yeah, rant. What's Captain talking about today? He's talking about the Civil War, the coming Civil War. Is he talking about the market? Fuck no. It'd tune out for a little while, man. Somebody pass a doobie. We mix it up around here. A little bit of liquidity leaving the market right now. Oh, Poke Juicebox wants to trade the rip. Poke the Juicebox wants to trade the rip higher here. Well, the Bears couldn't get it done today, could they? Oh, so here's the deal. So I'm reading it right now. So we ran we made some software. How do I say this? This is a reply to the Discord. So we wrote some software to integrate with Twitch and YouTube. And we thought we could get away. Oh, hold on. What did I just do just there? Hold on 1 second here. And then Twitch came out. Twitch is, let me explain something about Twitch. I got to explain something to you guys about Twitch and, let me explain something to you guys out there about Twitch and YouTube. So Twitch and YouTube, right? Not just them either. This is Twitter, Reddit, to some extent Reddit. They do it differently right now. But all social media. All of it. The model that they have is only getting better for themselves. Listen to that closely. It's a very close statement. Social media wants and needs to monetize so they make money. Not me, them. Does that make sense? So if you're a streamer or content creator, and it's not just them, it's social media and all of the services surrounding it. So if I take a donation, so that's PayPal, Cash App, whatever it is. If I'm on Twitter, if I'm on YouTube, Twitch, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where I am. There's no free mustache rides with those people. They put the screws to you so that they get paid. Does that make sense? And they crush you with time if you don't play ball with them. So, as we go to war with them to avoid that, right, and have over the years, they change what they do to defeat what I'm trying to do to get around it. I have a better example of this. It's not just them. TradingView is doing the same thing. They're a social media company. You probably don't know that, but they are. What they do is they get you in the garden. The garden's free. Everything is awesome. Everybody's having a good time. You're content creating, or you're making this, you're making that. You're making tools on TradingView too, right? Everybody's having a fucking blast. Then they shitify it. Then they shitify it more and more and more and more and more. And they basically give me a choice and every other person out there. They're like, okay, if you want to play, this is what do we want you to do so we can make money and be profitable. Otherwise, they go bankrupt. They do, not me. Now, if I don't play ball, I go bankrupt. Make sense? So I have to some extent, do what they want me to do or find ways around it. My only other way to escape that is to do my own garden, which costs a fuck ton of money, a mega fuck ton of money. At some point, TradingView is likely going to close what they do off. They'll wall that garden and tell me to go fuck myself. So in the meantime, guess what I have to build? My own charting software, not my own language, using other language. I have to pay $30,000 a month for data at some point, all that kind of stuff. So I can have my own little TradingView, not TradingView, but my own little TradingView. Or I get sucked into doing what they want me to do. So they defeat me every time. I pay this money to make like Twitch a certain thing or YouTube, and then they change things so that I get fucked again. And then I have to pay more money to do that to make it free for you across the board. So it's like the jaws are closing in quicker than we even planned. We discussed this in meetings in our group, and we were like, yeah, 3 to 5 years we probably have. We probably got 1 to 3 years at this point. Now you out there might be thinking, well, it's not my fault. I'll tell you what. It's a race to the bottom to where can't do this anymore. So where we are right now and what's going on right now with the streaming is there because it has to be there in the format that it is right now. It's not a choice. You get forced into it, and the jaws get tighter and tighter and tighter. They don't want you to own your own content either. That's why we have a fallback now to a website. Even Discord has some of that. It's why we're building out matter of fact, our website on the surface looks like shit, but in the background, we're building out this like very robust website so that if we ever have to go back to our own garden, it's there and ready to go at some point. And that is happening all over social media. Substack, Twitter, doesn't matter what it is. It's like this omnipresent, you will be working for me one day and I will own everything that you've made or created. It's really fucked up. I don't talk about it a lot on stream, but it's real and it happens in the background. And I have to beat it, so I don't know how to beat it. So we work on it all the time. Yeah, I like Owncast, but there's no traction, so we use this specifically for that. Now, I will say this: I am using a multi-stream. If that Owncast I can get a stream key, I would be more than willing to stream through Owncast at the simultaneously for any of you that want to watch it there. Does that make sense? So if I can get a stream key, for Owncast, I will stream to that. I have no problem streaming there. No problem at all. If that's where you want to watch us. Not quite. I don't think we're at the halfback yet. Let's check. Like all of these companies, like we started this not trying to make a profit. The simple way to say it is we started this like not wanting to make a profit, but as soon as we got to a certain size, they were like, fuck you. We want profit. And I'm like, well, that's not how we do things. And they're like, well, we don't care. You're not using our bandwidth for free. It's like freemium. Let's check where the halfback trade is. That's that box we're in right now. Halfback trade is right here. Well, at least on this leg, the halfback trade is 8.36. So that's 415. Right there. See how close we are. It's about 531.77. 531.77 is roughly the halfback. Right about where we're looking right now. Yeah, rolling so you know what I'll do is let me check if Owncast has a stream key. Nice. It says that I can. I'll look at it tonight. Who's I'm not going to say your name. If you're in the Discord, you were asking about it. I will. Winky posted Owncast, and it says that I can use a stream key to restream to them. If it is free, I will add that restream, and you can watch the show on that stream. I'll restream it there. It says that I can use my stream key there. Or at least AI is saying that. I don't fucking trust AI. They just make shit up. Oh, there we go. Owncast is saying I can. Yeah, it's saying it works, Winky. Who's the... Hold on a second here. It was easy, Winky. I used to stream to Discord, and that was really cool. But there was a limit on who could watch it. So people would fight with each other. Like, I can't get in to watch the stream. So I'm like, this is causing more problems than helping. Well, we've got a server, or I think Joe's got a server that could do it. So I'll check with Joe, and I've got an AWS server, so we could check. But the AWS can be buku bucks, super expensive. What are you? Do you have Amazon Prime or no? Rolling, do you have Amazon Prime? Because you can sign up there and watch it for free. No commercials or anything. You have to re-sign up every month, but what do you mean they don't know where? Why is Bob Pisani saying that? That's wrong. Or it's wrong-ish. That's wrong. Or it's not wrong, it's just not accurate. So, hold on here. I'll work on Owncast. I'll work on Owncast. I don't know why Bob. I don't know what Bob means by that tweet. So like the carry trade, right? Do you guys understand the carry trade? Do you guys want an explanation of the carry trade? Tell me in the chat. Do you guys want me to make it simple for you? If you guys don't understand the carry trade, I'll explain it to you. Okay, I will. All right, so I bet you people out there make it more complicated than it needs to be, don't they? I fucking bet. Lucan, if you were listening to, if at any point I'm wrong, can you correct me? Because I'm not a currency guy and I'm not a bond trader, but tell me if I'm dumbing this down too much or not. I mean, I understand what's going on, but if you're out there, specifically Lucan, probably understands this better than most people. So if you're a U.S., not necessarily a U.S. investor, but in this case, you're a United States professional investor. Okay? You're not me and you retail traders. Yeah, I'll explain it to you guys. So the carry trade, I'll explain it right now. I think I'll probably give you the best explanation that you'll hear today, probably. So if I'm a professional investor or trader in the U.S., I work for a hedge fund. I work for a bank. There's an office, right? There's like a group of us. And we're trying to make money, right? We love to complicate things, don't we? You and I buy like calls and puts and shit. When they say that you're dumb retail, and you're like, no, man, I do butterflies, and I have a 60-40 portfolio, and I sell spreads, and I do this, and I do that. These guys get really fucking complicated. Okay, they're very smart, too. They've been doing this for many years. These guys have history, too. Like, these banks have been in business for, like, decades, 100 years. They can literally go back and look at trading environments and, like, look back in, like, the 1980s or 70s and say, hey, what was making us money back then? What strategies were we using back then? And they'll reuse those old school strategies to make money. Well, the carry trade, right? It's when, so at least in this instance, rates are low in Japan, right? So rates are low, right? And rates are high in the United States, right? Well, in Japan, they have low government debt, okay? Or low yielding government debt. I should rephrase that. Low yielding government debt. What they do, right, is a U.S. investor will go to Japan, let's say, right? I will go to Japan, and I will say, hey, you got low government debt right now. The yen is cheap, right? And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take a loan from Japan of yen. Japanese yen. I'm going to take a loan. Whoop. You're going to loan me the yen, right? You loan me the yen. I take the yen and I exchange it for dollars. right? So I exchange it for dollars. And then I take those dollars as a U.S. investor, and what do I do with it? Now, normally you'd be like, oh, do a 60-40 portfolio. Fuck no. These guys want to max out the trade, right? While the U.S. has high rates and Japan has low rates, right? So I take the yen, convert it to a dollar. I invest it in the U.S. stock market, probably aggressively, more aggressively than they admit to, right? And the goal is to profit from the difference in interest rates between the two countries. Now, if Japan raises rates, right? Japan just raised their rates by what? 25 BPS. And they're threatening to raise them more, right? And if the United States is at risk of cutting rates, right? They are forced to end the trade. A U.S. investor in the U.S. stock market is forced to end the trade. Whether they want to or not, it doesn't matter. They could be holding like a stock that's mooning. They don't have a choice. They have to end the fucking trade. So Japan's like, boom, 25 BPS. Then all of a sudden, everybody's panicking. Holy shit, we're going to cut rates in the U.S. 75 BPS. These investors know that they could blow themselves up. So there's panic. Does that make sense? There's panic from a U.S. investor. They don't want to sell their investments in Mag 7. They have to. They don't have a fucking choice. Does that make sense? And so what they do is they sell U.S. Stock, right? They get U.S. cash, and then they pay back the loan for the yen. What's happening right now to the dollar? What happened to the dollar? It's right here. This is Dixie. Watch that. Dollar just collapses. Woof. Straight down. Does that make sense? Now, what are the implications to this to you as a retail dumb trader? So, Jerome hasn't come out and cut rates, has he? Has he? So if Jerome comes out next week and says, fuck you, we're not cutting rates, what's back on again? Well, maybe not back on it huge. Let's say Japan comes out next week and says, 25 BPS, that's it. We might even be cutting next month. And Jerome comes out next week and says, no goddamn rate cuts for you. You ain't getting shit till spring or next year. They'll restart the carry trade. Now, Bob over here is saying, we don't know where the money goes. I'll tell you. It goes right in the fucking pockets of U.S. investors. And now they have to deploy that cash again, right? That's where it is. It's in their pockets. I know where the cash is. It's in their motherfucking pockets. And then there's a whole other trade in this, too. There's a whole other trade in this. While that group of investors is doing that, they're also shorting the fucking yen to the depths of hell. It's so complex. Does that make anything? Do you guys understand this at all at this point? That's a basic idea of a carry trade. I don't know. You guys following along here? Am I talking in the air right now? Can anybody confirm what I'm saying is roughly accurate? Can anybody tell me that I'm wrong in what I'm saying to you right now? Okay, so I'm getting some confirmation that I got it. So what are you doing? You're finding cheap money, right? Arnold succinctly just said it. They're looking for cheap money. Cheap money to make more money. So unlike you putting your hard-earned dollars that have been taxed into NVIDIA, they're actually finding cheaper ass money to buy NVIDIA. They're maxing out gains. Very complicated, very intelligent. And they have a lot more money to do this and connections and relationships to do it. Oh, they're all mesmerized by the red dildo over there? Oh, here it comes. Come to daddy. That's right. Arnold, I don't know who Arnold is out there, but he understands the logic behind this. And it's leverage upon leverage upon leverage. What up, Arnold? What up, Skittles? That's the basic. For you as a retail trader, that's what you basically need to understand. Money is expensive in the U.S. Money is cheap in Japan. It's the basic simplicity of it. And when they say unwind it, I'm like, we got to unwind this because they'll get fucked, right? So they're like, holy shit, panic. Who do you think was do you think it was retail panicking? That ain't retail panicking. That's some fucking smartass on Wall Street that's panicking. And they don't ever like to lose money. They hate it. And they don't want to see rate cuts. Guarantee it. Whoever's in that trade doesn't. Well, they don't mind seeing it. They don't want to see it until they unwind it. Then they don't mind seeing it. Yeah, Arnold, you know what's up. I can tell Arnold knows what's up. Skittles probably knows what's up too. That's it's more complicated than that, but that's basic. As a retailer, that's how you want to understand. And you can see it happening. You can see it happen in Dixie and in the yen. Now, I don't know what Bob's tweet's about, but that money will likely be redeployed. There's like people out there saying they got caught in the trade and all that shit. No. They didn't get caught in that trade. And we have not cut rates either. U.S. investors, if they had been caught in that trade, would be an emergency rate hike. They get fucked. Or not hike, emergency rate cut, they'd get fucked. If they had like the 25 BPS raise in Japan, and then an emergency rate cut unknown to these participants in the carry trade, oh, they would get fucked then. They get bent the fuck up. Someone would blow up over that. Someone would have gotten blown the fuck out on that. I drew that out for you. It's not perfect, but it's pretty close. We got the cross happening right now in the half an hour and hourly trigger. The half an hour trigger is not strong. The hourly is kind of strong. Let's have a look and see what the reaction is down here. Winky, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, explaining it like that, like, then you realize how much fucking money these guys actually make. It's insane. It's like profit wrapped in profit, wrapped in profit, wrapped in profit, wrapped in profit. You know what's even crazier is you've got Fed banks loading money. You got you literally have the Fed printing money still. This is where it gets even more gross. It gets even grosser. The Fed is still printing money, and then they loan it to banks, from the Federal Reserve Bank to the actual fucking banks to put in the stock market. So those dollars, they don't actually experience the tightening like you do. So the dollars that they're going to use to borrow, the collateral to borrow, that shit comes from the Fed. That's even crazier. Like it's even worse than you think. It's even more convoluted and more crazy than you think. This ain't you. It's not you, the retailer. So let's take a look at a couple of things here. This is where the pump started down here. Right? Pump started way down here. We also have this pump right here down here. Take a peek at this one. We're going to stretch lower. Those buyers are right there. This is where they are, the little guys down here. I'm going to remove this now. You could possibly see one more, remember yesterday in the close, I was like, yeah, wait for a few minutes, then we'll take the trade. Might see something like that. Remember, I was like, I'll just wait here. Wait till we're primed and ready. We also have a bear cross up here, bear plane, right? See that little bear plane up there? Whoop. See that little sneaky Pete right there? They're going to go up there right now and confirm. Maybe we get a little bit of more blood. An upside move right there. Let's watch this closely here for one more down move. On a 1 minute, in a 1 minute, you're like, oh, it's crashing cap. But in a 1 minute, it's nothing. It's like a wick. Did I miss some news? What up, Jay? Skittles goes, I'm a tradesman turned financier. I'm going to tell these finance guys like it is on the job site about the yen carry trade. This shit's going to get repeated on Wall Street Bets tonight, isn't it? I have my certificate of completion from a guy called CaptainJimJames of the yen carry trade. Why, yes, sir. I do know what I'm talking about. He does mix in a lot of bullshit, but then every once in a while he drops a nugget for me. That's right. That's right, Winky. That's what Huang was doing. Something similar. That's right. Then you have broker leverage. It's really fucking convoluted. That's the simple explanation. That's the one where people say you're probably pretty much telling it right. I mean, I guess what Bob's saying is they don't know what the money is, but I don't think those people got hurt. I don't think that the carry trade people themselves got hurt. But who I do think got hurt were people that were long the yen. If you were long the yen, you got hurt. But banks said they weren't long the yen. U.S. banks about 2 weeks ago, I posted this for you in the Discord. JPM and GS said, we're not short anymore the yen, right? They're like, we're not short. We could experience volatility, but we're not long. So these banks don't have risk or exposure to that. They've stated it. Now they could be lying, but they've stated. I've posted it for you in the Discord. They've stated that they're not long the yen. Now today, some of them said they were getting long in the yen, but they just said we're not short anymore. We think there'll be some volatility. We're not interested in that shit. And that was before the crash. And that's why I didn't think it was going down. Like, I didn't think it was going down meaningfully anymore. I was like, they're not short anymore. There could be some volatility, but we're not going to blast down to the depths of hell. And they're not long the yen, so they have no exposure. And we haven't heard of any exposure where they're getting blown up. The only people that should be getting blown up right now would be anyone that got long at that point. But the banks said they weren't before it happened. They said they were not long. They were like, we have no exposure here long. We're not short. We're not long. Just sitting on the sidelines. I'm assuming they were just wrapping everything up. I don't know if that was relation to Bob or not, what he was saying, but we'd be in some real fucking trouble if they were. Like if the banks did get long, they said they didn't. They had it on the black box. They said, we're not fucking long, but we're not short either. And I was like, nothing's really bad's going to happen here. But it did. Whoever was long the yen, which was not U.S., not anyone involved in the carry trade that matters, this down move would have been a fucking market crash. Like you would have seen 20% in like 2 days. And you can fuck off on the rate cut trade. They were getting hammered, dude. And if you got a rate cut to amplify that, probably 30% down. So like if they were long the yen, if they were unwinding it and then they started getting long, they would have gotten hammered in that trade. And then if which I don't think Jerome would cut rates at that point, he would not publicly intervene, but he would definitely behind the scenes say we're not going to cut rates while you're getting bent over on the unwind. And now you were long the yen, and now I'm going to cut rates to double, triple fuck you, because that would be like a 30% down week. 100%. We would have been down like 30 fucking percent this week. Hands fucking down. I don't talk about that on stream a lot because I'll post that shit in the Discord for you, or I'll put it in a market brief for those that know, understand, or recognize what I'm posting. But I'm not going to panic you guys in that stuff because it's not relevant to the market. If they had said we were long the yen, I would have been scared and told you that. I would have been like, hey, we could crash in like a week, 20, 30%. But they didn't come public, but in the black box they said, like 2 weeks ago, we're not long. If you want me to dig up the cut and paste job I did in Discord, I'll look for it if you want. There should be no exposure by banks right now. What up, David AMS? Same over here, David. I'm with you, brother. You want to go all the way down there, brother? Yeah, it did get rejected. You want to go down and test the lows again? Jesus Christ. David's a sick fucker, man. David's basically telling you something. So David's in the Discord right now. You sick bastard. You're worse than me sometimes, David. I'm like, you want to see where CaptainJimJames' used call lot is? David's like, yeah, let's go there right now. I'm going to show you what David's saying. So remember earlier I showed you that white line right here? And this white line down here? See that one right there and that one up there? He's saying, fuck you buying a dip down here. He's like, if this shit breaks right here, we're going right downtown. Yeah, we do have earnings. We do have chip earnings. I mean, I like it, David. I love it. I love a deal, bro. So David AMS is saying, so you see this white line up here? And you know what else? There's a good point in this, too. David makes a very good point. So I drew these out for you, these zones, right? David make a very good point here. Remember I drew this box for you right here? This yellow box, and I said, you want to see what the behavior is? We didn't get, look at it's almost to a tick up here. We didn't get the move higher, did we? Bam, something like that, did we? We didn't, with confidence, stay into this next zone above. Remember that the white line above up we had up there? We got rejected. We got a chance down here of going higher. But if this shit right here breaks, that's where I want to buy a dip, even if I get stopped out. David's saying to you, we didn't even get the tick. We didn't get the tick up here, did we? We didn't get the tick here. We didn't get the high tick right here. So none of that's bullish. If that's the case, what do we do? Go way back down here, don't we? Let's find out. Are they serious or not? Wham! Are they real buyers or not? Why are we failing right here? If these guys are stronger than these guys, we should be at least tipping our wicks up there, right? Poke up there and have a look-see. Fair point, David. And, Bob Who says 3 rate cuts before end of year now. Who's Bob? We've priced it in. Swaps have priced it in, and Fed funds have priced it in. The swaps is the big one. We've priced in 3 rate cuts this year. Bob Kendall saying that? I haven't watched any of Bob Kendall's stuff. I should probably watch his last few programs. I haven't checked them. Fucking Bears, man. Oh, Bob Kendall, no shit. All right, I will. Which show should I watch? Last night's, night before's. Can you get me a link to what I should watch of Bob's? I'd love to watch it. I trust that motherfucker. Oh, I shouldn't say motherfucker, but I trust his ass. He's one of the few I trust out there. I trust him. I trust Larry Williams. I trust McGillicott. I trust Scott Volwiz. I trust Jedi Marcus. The very smallest people I trust out there, like fully trust, even if they're wrong. I don't even care if I lose money. I trust those fucking guys. He said it today. Oh, no shit, Tony the Trigger. All right, front row or Photon. I'll check it out, dude. I'd like to watch that show. I'll check it out tonight. I'll watch this show tonight. Holy shit. Market gets Fed's attention. Get ready for a massive change. Jesus Christ, Bob. That's a rarity. Yeah, they priced him in March, too. My God, Bob went full bear, huh? Does Bob Kendall think that we've priced in the rate cuts already? No rate cuts for you. Well, if you want to know as a bull what you'd want to see to go long again here, I'll show you. It's the same as ever. It's the same as ever. So, same as always, right? Nothing's changed here, right? It's as usual. Do we have the new high yet? No. For you to trade the next level up, you need to do what? Get the new high, get the 1 and the 5, support you to go up, right? So no trade for you as a bull here. There isn't. There's no trade. You could do the bounce trade here, I guess. Hold on here. You could do this bounce trade here, but it's like short trades, like 15 seconds, 1 minute, stuff like that. The trade for you as a bull is higher now. The trade for you now as a bull is the true trade for the safety trade for you as a bull is you'd want to see the 1 minute cross up. Maybe jumping in somewhere in here. I would prefer even higher. I might even prefer a back test of this new zone. There's no trade for you as a bull. Oh, there's trades here. There's trades in here. Like this kind of shit and that kind of shit. But you can get rolled in here so easy to the downside. It's not funny. You can get really fucked up in here. I would only recommend this to you if you are have a lot of time in market. You need very good risk management skills. Not on stream. We're not. I used to take these trades on stream when I first started streaming, and the audience would get fucking annihilated because of time. Like even like a few minutes, few seconds. You can only trade this on your own. You can't trade this with me. I won't trade this with you. I refuse to. Back in the day, we used to trade this shit. I ain't doing it with you. You'd be like getting in. You'd be like getting in right here. I'd be getting in down here. I'd be exiting here. You'd be trying to get like I got to stay in up here and all that kind of stupid shit. Get rolled down. You wouldn't have tight management of stops and stuff. I'm not messing with this with you guys. Cap, what if they did they didn't say it publicly, but they said it. They said it privately. I've got the fucking. They don't have exposure. They said it. They didn't have exposure before. So like weeks ago, so here. Let me show you guys something really quick. Calm down out there. This is the USD JPY trade, okay? Banks were short right there. All right? The banks got out publicly. Right here. They got out publicly right here. Setting up publicly, but they said it. Like the desks were like, we're no longer short JPY. They even said we could have volatility. And I was like, yeah, we're going to go up and do this bullshit in here. Maybe we later on go down, but right now, no. But they didn't have any. If they had exposure, they would have made bank down there. Bank, not exposure. Now, if they had gotten long right here, they would have gotten fucked. But they point blank said, we're not long or short. So this move to the downside should not hurt them. Now, right now, today, they did say they were putting some risk on here. Today. They said, we're putting a little bit of risk on down here. So if you wanted to think if the banks are going to get hurt, you would need to see price go down. Now, right now, you see that cross of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger on the USD JPY. We should crank up there and at least meet the cross. So they're measured risk, and they're not long heavy. It's not too risky what they're doing right now. There's a high chance of this going higher. Now, if Jerome Powell did an emergency rate cut like this week, oh yeah, they would get hurt, but not damaging, not 30% down. But there is at this point they're claiming to be long this trade right now, and this also tells you that Jerome likely won't cut rates in the next week or two. And you are likely going to see a trade here. If this is USD JPY, now if Japan came out, maybe. If Japan came out, and gave a midnight like 50 BPS 50 BPS rate hike or something in the US, but they're not even in the trade anymore. Like the trade is that trade itself is different than being long. Like this here. Like this is all money tied up elsewhere. Somewhere, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not a one-sided trade. It's not like, hey, I'm long USD JPY. It's like I was short that while also borrowing to borrowing to convert to dollars to invest in the U.S. stock market. So you've got like a trade going on that's like here to belong the U.S. stock market. But they're not saying they're doing all of this. Just being long the USD JPY is not wound up in dollars and yen and U.S. stocks and that kind of stuff. So no, there shouldn't be any exposure. Shouldn't be any. %, John L. So like the trade is an unwind of many trades. So like you can be long or short USD JPY, but they stated weeks ago that they're not. Oh no, that they're no longer short USD JPY, and then of course they unwound it. We can see it in the drop in the marketplace by the threat of rate cuts. They unwound it, dude. They unwound the fuck out of it really fast. But that's a good question. Yeah, we could get a dump off Iran. My point earlier on war was it depends on where price is, right? It always depends on where price. How many times have we been here and we've seen war break out and we're in a low and they rip it? This is the thing about war. Like, I got to talk to you guys about war really quick. Unless it's like unless it involves, all right, gather around for a fireside chat here, okay? Seriously, gather around for a fireside chat, okay? Gather around the fire pit over here. Seriously, gather around the... This applies to war or anything else, okay? I'm going to give you a few examples. This stock market is their stock market. That is a rule. We have examples of it being their stock market. 2007, 2008. They literally had a meeting at the Fed with the bankers. They literally went to the Senate and said you have to pass a bill to fund checks for workers in the United States. This is their market. There are other ways that you can see the skirt being lifted up, okay? And on top of that, all of these banks have insurance today. They used to not have it, but today they have insurance. So let's say we have a 9/11 or something. We're putting along, and you have 9/11 and nobody anticipates it. And the market blasts down. These banks now have insurance for events like this. Okay, it's to cover their asses. And there's nothing they can do in those circumstances. Now, this is an unknown war. Unknown war. Okay? Now, even with that insurance, an unknown event, most unknown events, almost always return to the scene of the crime. Almost always. Now, that's positive or negative. Let's say Tesla's going along, and tomorrow they're short right now. Let's say Tesla's going down, and the banks are short. Yeah, bank short. And Tesla tomorrow says, we invented free energy. And Tesla went, and all these banks are short. Guess what they're going to do? Return to the scene of the crime. They're not going to blow themselves up. I know that you have this dream that they're going to do that. Very rare that happens anymore. And they have insurance when it goes the wrong way, up or down. Literally. Now, here's the other thing. You need to think of the banks like you think of the NSA, the CIA, and the FBI. These motherfuckers keep offices around the world. There are books written by ex-bankers that divulge all of this. They talk about it in the largest institutions in the United States. You go to Yale, you go to Harvard, they do speeches And they tell you, we got an office in Moscow. We got an office in Iran. We got an office in Ukraine. We got an office in China. And not only is it an office, it ain't like what you think. It's like one or two guys. And they're literally clandestine, making friends, spending money, partying, snorting cocaine, fucking bitches. And they're reporting all back to New York. They got friends in D.C. And they get told. So we know about Iran, right? So if something were to pop off, you might be tooling along. We're going up. The banks are long. And before you know it, they get out and they short the fuck out of the market. This is a known event. They're not long at that point. Faster than you can react to that. Seriously. That might not come back. So we have a war bigger than, let's say Iran does something really atrocious, but they already know. It's already planned. Iran already raised the red flag. They have no exposure there, and there's no need to come back either. They're already in the trade. Now, if something unknown happened to you with Iran because you're a retailer, they don't give a fuck about you. Now, if they're told Iran's not going to do anything, Jamie Dimon, then remember you're saying Democrats earlier, right? It ain't Democrats. It's money and power. Money and motherfucking power, period. So let's say they get told nothing's going to happen. Jamie, you have nothing to worry about. Okay, we're going to go long. You sure? Yeah, you can go long. They promised us nothing's going to happen. What about you guys in Iran, Jamie? What are they saying? Nope, they're not going to do nothing. Right? Or we're going to know when they are about to pop off an hour or 2 or 4 hours. Let's say they don't know something. Let's say they're told nothing's going to happen and they're long the market and something does happen on an unknown and they blast it down. They're not gonna. We've had many examples of war or a bombing, and you think we're going to go down, and they go, what happened right here? Why are we not going down? We squeeze up. They get their print, and then they send it down. So you can, at these moments, depending on how the market acts, you can actually see if they know the event or not. If they are aware of an event in advance, right, they're usually positioned for it. If they are not positioned for it, they will squeeze it first or dump it first if they're already short. So when you're like, oh, we got a war coming up with Iran, and if, let's say they're already short, they will keep shorting it down faster. If we have a war with Iran and they're long, they will literally ride it up as high as they can and then get out and go short. They don't fucking lose. One way or another, they don't fucking lose in these situations. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say these days. Back in the day, it wasn't like that, but today it ain't like that at all. There's none of that. We have so much shit that happens out there. They don't blow up, do they? They never fucking blow up. They didn't blow up in, they have sacrificial banks that blow up. We had sacrificial bank in 07, 08, but who escaped it? They were all involved, all of them, and most of them got away with it. So maybe they have like, oh, we're going to make you the scapegoat. Do you know how many people were arrested in 07, 08 and convicted? 0. If that was you, you'd be in prison the rest of your life. It's kind of neat. You can actually see it oftentimes in smaller events. So don't think like they're gonna like it's like a dealer or a market maker. They're not going bankrupt. It's how our system works. It's their fucking market. It's their playground to make money. And if you think you're gonna get one over them, you're out of your fucking skull. So try to follow their momentum is the only thing I can say to you about war. So if we're in a high, let's say if we're trading like right here, and war breaks out with Iran, you bet your ass we're going to go down. Make sense? If we're in a fucking low and all of a sudden war broke out with Iran, what do you think would happen? And they didn't know? What do you think would happen? And they were just getting long? They'd squeeze the fuck out of this, is what they would do, because they're long. And then they would start shorting it to the depths of hell down here. The market isn't what it used to be. It's not like that anymore in our markets. If like World War III broke out and there's nothing you could do here, oh shit, we're totally fucked. That's okay. They got insurance. Pull the claim. Still saved. You don't get saved. And that applies anywhere. Applies in any truly unknown events. There's so much shit that these guys know. It's not even funny. I told you the fucking story about how I made all that money on TikTok, right? Told you that story. I'm sitting fucking in my office, stroking my cock. I'm watching CNBC. I think it was Microsoft. I got Microsoft options chain open. Not because I thought it was going to happen. I just happened to have it open. I'm looking at Microsoft's chain. I'm on the 0 date. It was 1 day or that nearest expiry. I'm watching fucking CNBC. I'm literally sitting there watching CNBC. You can look this up. You can look it up. You can actually go watch the video file. I'm sitting there watching it. And I'm watching CNBC. And a reporter, not the hosts, the reporter is like chatting with is on the fucking microphone talking to the guys at CNBC. And he's like, blah, 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 blah. Well, the deal with Microsoft and TikTok. And the host goes, you're not supposed to be talking about that. It's not known publicly yet. I shit you not. It was right on CNBC. And I go, the fuck did you say? And I went, slam, 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 buy 0 dates or whatever it was. Like, 70 Delta fucking 30 cent, like thousands of dollars. And that fucker just mooned. I mean, moon. Instantaneously. I learned 2 things that day. Even the motherfuckers at CNBC know this shit before you do. That's how lowly we are. Those fuckers knew that shit while no one else did. Can you imagine what they're trading in the background when you don't even know? And they leaked it on air, live on CNBC. I get out of the trade. And when I try to get out of the trade, the bid ask they wouldn't fill. They refused. There's a desk somewhere where guys like, fuck that motherfucker. I want it cheaper. So I went below like 30% and they finally filled it and we kept going up. This was over the course of minutes. And guess what happened? The whole trade came back. The entire fucking trade went straight back to fucking where it was, like 20 minutes later. And then, of course, they did their thing. But, it wasn't for you and me. It wasn't for us to eat the fucking cake and eat it. It's not for us. And if they don't know something or if they don't know it's going to be released publicly first, if they ain't positioned for it, I'm telling you guys, real. This is real shit. No conspiracy theories. These fucking guys know everything before it happens. It's very rare that they don't. Very fucking rare. Telling you guys. Like the most fucked up thing. You can actually look, if you Google search it yourself. Google search the day that Microsoft was in talks to buy TikTok. I don't know what day it was. This was, I don't remember what it was, but remember, just Google search it. Then go to the day for CNBC that day. Sometimes they edit their shit too. If you ever go back in CNBC archives, they change their video files. They do. They'll edit them. I'm telling you guys, we're nobody. Absolutely fucking nobody. It's fucking bizarre, man. Not bizarre. Just it ain't our market. Don't ever forget that it's not our market. I'm just starting to get bulled up right now on SPOOs, by the way, SPY. SPX starting to get bulled up, but not for today. I want to show you guys one more thing down here. Just take note of this, okay? This is a SPX Gamma. Local support is way down here at 5,200 is real support for SPX. 5,200. That is that is real support for SPX. Right there. Let me just make sure I got this right. $9.47 on the August 6th. Right here. $9.47 August 6th is the last real true pump. Right there. That's real gamma support right there. That one right there. That one, that bad boy, that little saucy thing right there. We tagged that one. That's good. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I caught my balls in something. We already tagged that one right there. Expectations. These are preliminary expectations for tomorrow. Yeah, that's about right. Preliminary expectations for tomorrow. Be very careful of bad reports sending us all the way down, like right there. I don't think we get down there, but if you want some doom, there it is. Tuesday, 7:30, 8:30, 9:34 a.m. Was that 7 a.m.? Wednesday. Something like that. Let me put this in the Discord for you. If you get a fucking, this is what I'm expecting down here. Now that doesn't mean. I want to show you guys something here. Hold on, I want to talk to you guys about this really quick. Okay, so this is a 30-minute basis here, right? I want to warn you of something here, okay? So on a 1-minute basis, right? Now that's an expectation, right? I want to say something to you important here. If we get semis, right, and we squeeze higher, it's likely still coming back down here. Okay? So don't look at a squeeze in after hours. Oftentimes in after hours we'll squeeze, and then we squeeze or bloodbath, and by open it's back to normal, or after hours it's back to normal. So yeah, somewhere right there. Time is that 16:53? Does that work for you guys? Something like that. This accounts for the squeeze here. Maybe you get the high tick there at least. Maybe I should draw it like that before I post it. It's like kind of wonky doing this. Like when I change the time frame to a 1 minute, it gets kind of wonky. I'm just gonna post this in the Discord. Oh yeah. Stretch it on down there, baby. I'm gonna have to get some zero dates into this bell. Creepy crawly down the wally. Doom. This guy's got the night train going, the midnight meat train. You guys are fucking savages. You guys are straight savages. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? So today you've got Rivian, Airbnb, Wind, Devon, Reddit, Axon. As a matter of fact, I think I'm pretty bullish on Reddit. I think so. I gotta check. I think it was up on my screen. Let me check out. Yeah, I want to look at Reddit right now. They're oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Humba. You guys taking longs here or no? No zero dates for you guys? Don't have any balls here? No balls here? You guys don't trust? No trust in my lines are pretty fucking good. You guys are savages out there. Hold on, I'll take a long with you. Hold on a second here. Oh, look at that. Huh. Zero dates are really cheap right now. They're not $4. 24, right? Well, wait for me there, Haas. All right, let's see what happens after the bell. So we can do an after. You guys are all like, dude, this guy comes on every day and he loses money, and then at 4 p.m. he makes it all back. Oh, yeah. Give me that pump, baby. No, I got some really cheapo zero dates for today. Like a 15-minute trade. No longs for tomorrow. No longs for tomorrow. See if we can just do a lotto trade right here. 3:59, 1 minute left. We're going to find out doom or gloom. I might buy a long, though, down here. I might buy a long for tomorrow if we can get down there. If we can get like all the way down here, I'd be interested in a long. Right now we're gonna try a long, and then buy some longs tomorrow down here. Oh, they fucking took me for 3 pennies right now. On that bell. I should have waited until after the bell. See what we do. See what we do here. See if these See if we can catch a little rippy until 4:15 or not. The other play, I'd get some 1 dates right here. I'd get some 1 dates for tomorrow. One D. If you can get us all the way down here, I'll grab some 1 dates, but I don't think we can get down there. We'll mark this here and see if we lose. Either or. Maybe some Friday. There's no real point in buying fucking Friday calls, are there? Might as well just buy 1 day. It's closest you can get them. I'm just trying to trade a lotto trade here. We're at the whim of Are you serious? Strong gains? Indexes end with strong gains rebounding from global market rout. Jesus Christ. Airbnb is blooding right now. Let's have a look at it. Ah, shit. What am I doing typing out all of Airbnb for? Holy fuck, Airbnb. Whew. 120 bucks. Oh, shit. I should turn on the, apologize for that here. I'll turn on the, apologize for not having the, what do you call, I'm over here doing a bunch, I've got too many octopus arms going right now. Come on, baby. Dude, Airbnb, I never even looked at it. Airbnb now trading 117. It had lower lows on hourly velocity. I could have told you that would have happened. They had lower velocity on all their hourly. You should check out velocity on Airbnb. See how they didn't have a big move to the upside on the hourly basis. That's kind of expected. They had lower lows on half an hour velocity. Let's check their 30-minute. Oh, it might be a dip buy here for Airbnb. It's possible it's a dip buy in Airbnb. They're getting taken to the... Oh, no. This is bad. Airbnb has a cross of the daily trigger on the monthly trigger and a weekly trigger coming down on it. Airbnb is going to get taken to the woodshed. Dude, Airbnb is going to trade like Airbnb is going to be taken to the woodshed. Hold on here. That didn't take long to figure out. Oh yeah, you guys want 50 bucks? Airbnb price target $50. 100%. Well, they got a series of higher highs in here. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. Let me rephrase it. 1 day Airbnb will trade 50 bucks. I'll phrase it like that. Airbnb is in it's got a daily crossing through the weekly, a week, dude. Like Airbnb is look at Airbnb really quick. There ain't no fucking way that's bullish. Look at that shit. Before it even got shanked, look at it. Airbnb was ready to crash back here. Can't have the daily trigger and the weekly trigger cross. This is bad. If SPY looked like this, shit is all over. All fucking over. That's bad. That's super. Like, they knew that shit. This shit's, I mean, I don't know that it's going to $50 today, but that shit's going to $50. I'm still long calls here. I got a few more minutes. 4:06. No matter what happens here, look for sellers in the overnight or morning to trade down into this 519.29, something like that. We got a few more minutes. It's only 4:06 right now. I don't see any big reports today. We got Super Microcomputer, SMCI. What are they doing? What time do they even report? Anybody know? Hey, no worries, Red Rabbit. You guys have a great day. If you're leaving, have a great day. River Braid, have a good day. Yeah, Airbnb does not look good. It does not. I got to look at it. Can somebody remind me in the morning to look at it? I want to look at its higher time frame velocity. That shit looks ugly as fuck. That shit doesn't look. It didn't look good before. I haven't looked at Airbnb in a while. I want to know about SMCI. When do they report? Reddit lost too? Woof. Dude, I might want to buy Reddit. I got to look at this shit. Yeah, their daily trigger looks like shit. They're under the daily trigger. See, their daily velocity is -2. I guess I'm negative on Reddit too. We need to do this stuff before. You guys got to start yelling at me and be like, give me your ER thesis. I'm usually like fucking spot on these things. Reddit on its velocity looks like shit before today, and it's below its daily trigger. There's no reason to take a long on it. It looks fine on a normal chart. I was like, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I want to wait here and see if they blood this right now, if they blood this like down here. Overnight's going to have some fun. I ain't moving, dude. Sorry. I ain't touching it. I want to know what let me look at SMCI really quick. Dude, SMCI looks bearish too. You have a fucking, well, no, you know what? They might return to this cross up here. Let me look at SMCI really quick. Yeah. SMCI likely trades 429 and then goes back up. SMCI looks messy too. Something like that right there. SMCI looks like it's going to bounce off its monthly and then go straight back up. That's what it looks like. This cross up here is a magnet for its daily and weekly cross. It'll go there. It's either going to go there right now or it's going to bounce and go there. It's going there. I know that. 100%. For a brief moment before it gets shanked. It's gonna get shanked though. It's definitely trading $400 or near it. Its velocity looks like dog shit. That's terrible velocity. On a higher time frame, this is bad. That's extremely bad. This is marking a top in SMCI. Dude, I would be shorting SMCI for like yeah. Yeah. SMCI ain't coming back. Super microcomputer is on the way down, dudes. That shit's gonna trade $100. I don't give a fuck where it goes today. That shit is. It ain't gonna give back just that. Or maybe it'll give back this whole move, but it'll give back the 400 at least. No, what is that? 350, 325 guaranteed at some point soon. That shit ain't coming back like it ain't coming back like NVDA. I guarantee it. God, I'm gonna burn these fucking calls here. All these reports look like dog shit, by the way. Velocity, at least. SMCI looks like straight shit. If this was NVIDIA's chart, $50. They're gonna shank the fuck out of SMCI. They're going to shank the fuck out of it. I only got a few minutes left here. It's 4:12. I got 3 minutes left for a squeeze. I doubt I get it. SMCI, I'm looking at it right now. It's like SMCI could raise the market. Airbnb can't raise the market. Rivian can't raise the market. Win can't raise the market. Devon can't. Reddit can't. Exxon can't. GigaCloud, I don't think so. I don't think Upstart or Amgen. Maybe if they all reported, they could. Shopify could in the morning. Walt Disney could in the morning. CVS could. Dude, Dow Jones tomorrow could fucking rip some faces off. I wouldn't be caught dead Dow Jones in the morning. I wouldn't be caught dead. DIA, don't be caught dead. I just looking at that, I wouldn't. I would love if Disney fucking. I gotta be up in the morning now. I would love to buy Disney tomorrow at $72 if you gave me the chance. I'm gonna torch some calls here. Maybe I should buy some Dow Jones calls, or maybe I should just buy the underlying in the morning. I'm gonna have to consider that. I'm gonna get fucked here in a few seconds. I got 29 calls. They're worth a penny right now. I don't know why it's 29. I was slamming the buy button. The one, like, 1. I tried. 4:14. I got 1 minute left for a squeeze. It ain't happening. They're going to grind this fucker down now. Is it looking red? I'm going to warn you guys. Oh, it's going down. Yeah, dude, listen. Hey, I got a warning for you out there. If you're an SMCI bull, that's in that same category as it's done. I don't care. I don't care if it goes up. It's done. Its run is done. SMCI to me is like dead. It's done. It ain't coming back. Not in a prolific way. Just on velocity, the peaks on that velocity, no fucking way. Yeah. Yeah, I got a penny. I got 1 penny here. SMCI, if you guys want to, do you guys want to spend time tomorrow? Maybe you want to know if it's like if it's a one that can come back. Like, remember I told you guys about how like pile into indexes or specific tickers. SMCI is not one of them. It's in that same category of you're going to get fucking bent. I'm going to make a prediction for you. January, Christmas and Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, like the holiday vacation. CNBC is going to tell you that it's coming back. And they're going to tell you to buy it in January, and they're going to fucking fuck you again. You won't see SMCI come back in reality for years in a meaningful way. It's in distribution. It's going to get taken to the woodshed. SMCI. All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Can't wait to see you guys. Tomorrow morning at 9:30. We should spend that time tomorrow and just look at some of your favorite tickers. I'm going to post that on Twitter. If you think your shit's coming back, I'll chart it. I won't even chart it for you. I'll just tell you. I'll just look at it and tell you yes or no. Fucking SMCI is super fucked. That shit maxed out like the exit on SMCI was terrible to say, but the exit on SMCI was you ready for it? You should have started exiting on January 4th of 2024 and definitely been out by March 20th. Even if it kept going up, it didn't matter. You should have been long fucking gone. There's going to be so many bag holders. It's not even funny.
So following the close of the US.
All right, you guys have a great morning or a great night.